What's going on, everybody? I hope you're having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. I've been learning about time zones, chat. It is February 6th, 2026. I am in the future. How's it going? How's it? How are you doing back there in 2025? I mean, that must be really tough for you. I remember crazy shit happened. The tariffs were on, the tariffs were off, the Department of Education was closed, the Department of Education was open. It was a very confusing time, but I'm here to let you know from the future that we got through it, and we got through it together. You were there for each other, and you protected each other, and you're okay. You're safe here in the future with me. How does that sound? Maybe a little toxically positive. I don't know, chat. This is NCC TV coming to you live from Sumaru City. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there. All my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic life form streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia, forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and whenever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. Yeah, it's very safe and cozy here in 2026. Jesus Christ, where did I just pulled that out of my ass. Like, I don't know why I said 26. That's kind of wild. That's kind of weird. Usually it's the other way around. Usually I'm thinking it's last year up until March, sometime in March. Can I get 2027 stock tips? Or should you just start digging your bunker? I mean, maybe you need a treehouse. I don't know why I would say that. A bunker obviously sounds safer, but something makes me want to get off the ground. I don't know, chat. Giant flooding. Just like supercharged climate change where the entirety of the earth is flooded. And we've all got to all become pirates. Okay, well, I'm obviously sitting down right now. And if I look too comfortable, we do have a super chat goal. You have 1 hour and 49 minutes to hit 10 super chats to make me get off my ass, raise the standing desk, raise the camera and everything, and get on the trampoline. But I think I'm safe, chat. I'm feeling pretty comfortable here. I don't think that'll happen. I think I'm perfectly safe sitting on my duff. I had to say duff. Did you know that, chat? Like, I knew that, like, the goal wouldn't let me say ass. So I said B asterisk TT. And YouTube was like, you can't do that. You can I had to say duff. I'm on my duff. What, who calls it a duff? Where does that come from? Could somebody explain the duff to me? Where do they get the duff? Who came up with that? Like, yeah, let's call it a duff. I think that's I mean, gadunk maybe if you're in the mood for something like that, but duff? Are you serious? A duff? That's what it is? It's a duff? A duff goose, I guess. I don't know. What is a duff? It's a butt. It's like an old-fashioned word for your butt. Because it wouldn't let me say but. Before there was buts, there was duffs. Back in the 50s, they had duffs. They would say sit on it too. That was one of their big things. They wanted to tell you, you know, like they wouldn't say the F word, right? Unless it was the F slur, in which case they would definitely say that. But they would say, you know, sit on it. They would tell you to sit on it. And I guess, what does that even mean? I always thought sit on it meant like sit on something that would go up in you, but maybe, I don't know. Would they say that in the 50s? Sit on it, bucko? Is it a 50s? What do you read? Is it a 50s saying? Am I even close as far as the time period goes? I know it's like old school. Happy thoughts indeed. Closer to midnight? Yeah, a lot of people, it probably is already Friday. Already Friday for you. But it's good to have you with me, whatever cyber future time it is for you. But like the first Trump administration was going to be the historical apotheosis of dumb government mismanagement. But in just 2 months, the second Trump admin overtook that record. He's breaking lots of records. Yeah, Steve says no bunker. Yeah, we got to do Waterworld, I guess. Same person who thought up fudge. Classics. I mean, the word, yeah, up the duff, pregnant? What? That's not how pregnancy works. Is it? Is this something I need to worry about, chat? Sure, Urban Dictionary has the... Does it? Does Urban Dictionary have the answer, or does it just have a lot of memes from 2012? I mean, I gotta say, you're right. Fudge, Duff, these are classics. These are true classics. They're like the Converse All-Stars, if you will, of words. According to etymologically sound dictionaries, the word duff means buttocks, and it comes from the 1830s. Hillary Duff is really Hillary Butt the whole time, yeah. Is there something I need to worry about? I know, right? I'm just like, I don't think you could get pregnant that way. That's not a thing. That shouldn't be a concern. Oh my god, get in there, coffee. Yeah, that's right. I'm talking to my drink. Is that more, like, unhinged than talking to your food? Chat, what do you think? Talking to your drink, talking to your food. Which is more concerning for to see a streamer, the streamer that you're watching do? So people in the 50s didn't curse. No, they just straight up said slurs. There was a president, I was talking about this the other day, named Dwight Eisenhower. He's like a mild-mannered, milquetoast-looking motherfucker. He is a Republican, although his policies are economically well to the left of any Republican that or any Democrat you'd see today, right? Yeah, this is the guy that had the 90% top marginal tax rate. But when it came to other policies, he was very different. And, you know, Donald Trump was referring in his speech the other night to the great Dwight Eisenhower. He had a policy. He had a program. He didn't name to you what that program was, right? Like his program for deporting Mexican people into Mexico was called Operation Ethnic Slur. Like, right? Straight up. That was the name of it. They were like, oh yeah, no, slurs are totally wholesome. Slurs are fine. Just don't say the F word, because that's unlawful carnal knowledge. Wait, how old school is the F word? The F word is really old. It doesn't feel like it's old. If you were to ask me, I would have guessed that the F word was made up in the 80s. It sounds like something, or the 60s, right? They said the F word in the 60s a lot, right? Yeah, I would say the 60s invented the F word, but I'd be wrong. It might be the 1660s, or the 1460s, or I don't even know, chat. But yeah, it was like for unlawful carnal knowledge, and they would write it on your head if you were caught having extramarital fun, and it would just be they'd write it on your head, right? So you would be a fuckhead. That's where fuckhead came from. The pilgrims or whatever had held you down and written F period U period C period K. Maybe they write it backwards so it can look like it's somebody inside your head trying to get out. I don't know, chat. But that would make you the 16th century. Whoa. Yeah, I was off, wasn't it? The 16th century, technically the 1500s. But yeah, I said 1600s, and then I said 1400s. I could have just split the difference right there and been fairly close. Thank you, Narwhal, for checking that for me. Under Eisenhower, the highest tax rate was the top marginal rate, 90%. But yeah, that's what Donald Trump was bragging about. That's what he was flexing. Operation WB, and WB being an ethnic slur. First recorded use of the F slur was in the 1910s. Wait, that doesn't make sense though. So like the original originating thing is like for unlawful carnal knowledge, right? And then, but if the first recorded use, because like, I mean, okay, so like, I get that there's a difference between people saying like for unlawful carnal knowledge, like you're getting in trouble for unlawful carnal knowledge. You knew somebody a little too well. You were a little familiar with somebody, a little overly familiar. You knew their body like the back of your hand, and they knew the back of your hand like their body. Okay, I don't know. That is the wrong F word. Oh, the F slur was the 1910s. That's where they invented it? Oh, I don't even want to know how they invented. It probably has something to do with a cigarette, right? Wait, I was thinking a slur for... Okay, no. Yeah, Jen was thinking a slur for folk, right? Okay. But anyway, unlawful carnal knowledge. You know too much. You know too much, Mr. Bond. You know too much. It was a bundle of sticks to be burned. That's... Ooh, that is a bad slur then. I mean, not that there's like a lot of good slurs. It's a slur. Just dismissing someone, telling them to sit down and shut up, I guess? I thought you were supposed to sit on a candle. Or something. Nice impression. Thanks. Sort of thing Richie Cunningham would say in Happy Days. He would say sit on it. I thought the Fonz said it. Yeah, no, Super Ninfrendo. I think you're right. I think it's the Fonz. But when he said sit on it, was he like telling you to sit on something that... The Fonz was kind of like... Like, straight guys were that butch in the 50s? You know what I mean? That's what wows me about the Fonz. Like, did straight people invent leather daddies? I'm trying to understand the Fonz in the cultural context in which he exists, right? It originates as a saying to sit down and think about what you were saying it. But Fonzie's version was definitely to stick it in your... Oh, yeah, I mean... Yeah, I mean, if you sit on something, yeah, it will, you know, might go where the sun doesn't shine. When I slur from drinking, it's just a smidge too much. The best slurs. They were really feeling saucy, they would say, and spin. Okay, so it is implied that you're sitting on something or someone. Maybe you're sitting on someone. Maybe you're supposed to sit in the Fonz's lap. I don't know. Or... That's probably not what it is. I'm not thinking with my brain. I don't know. According to Wikipedia, there's a poem from 1500 written by a monk using flower pollination as a euphemism for his breaking his celibacy. Wait, did the monks get to break their celibacy? Or was that the Anglican monks? When did the Anglican split happen? Anybody got that on hand? Like, I know history, I just don't necessarily swivel on it, Punk. I just don't know. Listen, I know history, I just don't necessarily know when history happened. But I do have a good guess, right? As far as when history happened. I would guess that it was sometime in the past. That's when history was made. Okay. Am I still... I feel like my camera's too high. I don't like that. Is that better? I think that's better. Slightly. Was that... Wait, the Protestant split. Oh yeah, that's different, isn't it? Wait, what's the deal? The British didn't want to just become Protestants? And so they became Anglicans instead? It was all Henry VIII, right? That was... I do know that. It was Henry VIII. Grease was an overtly sexual movie. I haven't seen enough of it. It's got good music, though. Sure, the fonts facetiously, not felicitously, invited someone to sit on his dick. I mean, but yeah, he's an interesting one. That Fonzarelli. Archer. Archer of Fonzarelli. Getting your white monarch names all mixed up. I mean, a lot of them have the same name. Wait, right? There was 8 of the Henrys, at least. Maybe another one sneaking around in there with a hexadecimal title. Did they ever do that? Did they ever go above base 10 for... Oh no, it's Roman numerals, right? Wait, what? Are Roman numerals considered to be in base 10, chat? Wait, no, they're not, are they? They're like in base 5. Wait, how does that work? What base are Roman numerals in? You know what I'm talking about? Base 10 is like our number system, and that like it gets an extra digit at 10, so that's base 10. But you could also do like a base 2 code, like binary code, or a base anything really, a base anything that you want, or like hexadecimal where you add some letters to be your extra numbers. But I'm just wondering, what is Roman numerals? Like, I can't put that in a... It's so weird. It, like, it goes... Okay, so it goes to, like... It goes, like, 1, 2... It gets an extra... It gets an extra space when it's at 2. And then it gets another one at 3. And then it loses 1 at 4. And then it goes down to 1 again at 5. And then 6 has 2, 7 has 3, 8 has 4. And then 9 is back to 2. And then 10 has 1. What? How would you classify Roman numerals into the category? Is it base? That's what I was thinking, Narwhal. Base of 5, kind of. Yeah, that's where the letter changes, right? At 5. Yeah, 5 minus 1 is IV. Like, I don't think you could apply that. Maybe that's why the Romans eventually got their asses kicked. Like, who was it? The Goths? Did the Goths take down the Romans? The Visigoths? Did the Etruscans have a hand in that? No, wait. Who all... There was like a bunch of people, chat, that took down the Roman Empire. But yeah, they had to, because like their math sucked. Their math wasn't mathing. The Romans' math what needed to go by the wayside. Like, the real algebra was being made on the other side of the Mediterranean by people who know what the fuck they were doing and weren't trying to slap like a bunch of letters together and call it a numeric system. Yeah, like, they used letters. Why did they use letters? What is their problem? What's wrong with the Romans? The Vandals. Of course it was the Vandals. It's always the Vandals. Including lead and mercury in the wine? Oh no. Arabic numbers do slap. Ethan is winning again. That is the one place you'll ever hear that said on this stream. Ethan is winning in the poll. 62 of you have voted so far. 31% of you are choosing more Ethan seething. 27% of you want to see Francesca's response to Jank Yuger. Jank Yuger. %, are interested in checking out that leaked audio of Cenk Uygur talking to apparently... Actually, I don't know. Talking to TYT members? Talking to the Justice Democrats? I'm not sure who he was talking to, but it wasn't supposed to travel outside that circle, but thanks to the Vanguard, it did. It did travel outside that circle. And at 18%, we have Hasan on Theo Von. Does everybody in chat know who Theo Von is? Because, like, I mean, I know Theo Von. I just don't know Theo. I just don't understand Theo Von at all. Like, I don't get this man. I voted Frankie Goes to Hollywood. It was a members-only mass Zoom call. Okay, Anglicism is an Anglicanism. Sorry, why did I call it Anglicism? Is it Anglicanism? Is a form of Protestantism? Well, it should be a form of Henry VIII Dickism, shouldn't it be? Right, it wasn't, like... It wasn't Martin Luther that nailed, you know, its demands to the church door. It was Henry VIII's penis. They hammered. What are these things called? The Theses of Martin Luther. "95 Theses." Not to be confused with 95 Theses, which is what Martin Pooper splattered on the door of the church. No, but Martin Luther, it was 95 Theses. Theo Von plays college basketball for Missouri. Did he originally? Is that where he fucking came from? I don't know where he came from, but he's a very popular podcaster. The Mullet from the South. Oh, he was from Road Rules. Yo, I didn't know that. Is that what he got famous for? Really? Road Rules? That is old school. Wait, is Road Rules still fucking on? PCs, indeed. Is Road Rules even a thing? Isn't that like from old school? That's like Big Brother 1 era, right? Mark Lamont Hill talked to Briana Woo. I saw him on, didn't we watch him on Pierce or somebody? Some unhinged pro-Israel nonsense on Briana Woo's? God. I mean, that sounds interesting. Should we make that a dark horse, Biva? Theo isn't a spring chicken? I thought Theo was a Zoomer. I thought he was one of those Zoomers that looks like, 80 or 50 or whatever. A respected genius academic who devolved into becoming an infamous cantankerous old crank in his journey from theses to feces. Was Road Rules the Saturday morning cartoon where they raced? I think so. Yeah, with the dog and the mustache guy. Or was Road Rules like that? Was it like an Olympics for cartoon characters? He's older than Hasan? What? Theo is in his 40s. Okay, he's 44. No wonder he had Tom Green on. How is Tom Green relevant again, chat? Can somebody explain this to me? He's Baby X? Wacky Racers? Well, I guess it's better than Wacky Racists like Theo Von. Get it? He's both wacky and... He was on Maximum Velocity Tour in 2000 at age 19. He's from Louisiana. He acts and sounds like every single dude there. Well, except for the part about like, why is it that Jewish people hate white dudes? Except for that. Well, I don't know. Maybe he does act like everyone there. Is that like a common, is that a common refrain? I spat my drink out at wacky racists. I mean, they're going to talk about it, chat. Hasan is going to talk about... Well, I don't know. Will we even get that, though? That's the question here. I got to do my job. Here we go. There's Ethan Klein. I would much rather watch Wacky Racers. Chat, do you think we could do that? Like... Wait, maybe we should do a Twitch stream where we watch that Wacky Racers show. That sounds pretty good. And maybe the Olympics one, too. We could watch every bad Hanna-Barbera cartoon. Like, all the worst ones. Like, all the off-brand Scooby-Doos where they don't even have all the characters. They have a different theme song. But anyway, like I was saying, Theo Von is not winning right now. If we look at the poll, of which 78 of you have voted on, all right? We got a poll. It's going on YouTube. If you want to participate, if you want to make your voice heard, then head on over to YouTube and vote. And while you're there, you can leave a like because that helps me out a lot, and I appreciate it greatly. of the 78 of you who have voted, most of you are voting for more Ethan seething. There's always more Ethan. There, like, I swear to God, I do not show you everything, every cringe thing that Ethan says. There's more. There's always more. It would be impossible to do total coverage, but if you want me to do closer to total coverage, I can. All you've got to do is keep voting for that and get us to 100% on that dono goal. We are at 0% right now, so it could not be more unlikely that we will get to watch any of this bonus content, but it's not impossible. Nor is getting me out of my chair, off of my duff, jump on the trampoline. That's also possible. So we got 2 goals. One of them is a bonus content goal. It involves getting that dono goal that's at 0% to 100%. How does that happen? It happens every time you do a super chat, you do a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne, or if you sign up for my Patreon. It also happens if you support me on Twitch, which I appreciate greatly because dudes like this have done a lot. Look at that. Wait, why is there... Oh, the kappa was right on my head. Firebird. Dick Dastardly? That sounds like a porn name. Is that a porn star? I'm sorry, actor? Is that a... Is it an erotic actor? Dick Dastardly? Q Peterson with the Shinu Ibu. Is it a Shiba Inu? I always say Shinu Ibu or Shinu Iba. I always say it backwards. Shiba Inu is what that is. Don't call it a Doge. Don't call it a Doge, but it's doing a little watercolor, or is that acrylic? I think that's acrylic. Acrylic, right? Q Peterson, little acrylic paint to say number 1, and you are number 1. You're the first person to do a super chat. But yeah, I just wanted to mention that I really do appreciate all the support I get from Twitch, because those of you who are supporting me on Twitch through a sub, through a Prime sub, or through bits, you're the only reason I'm getting paid at all. Ethan has done a lot to make sure that political Andreas such as myself are unable to be monetized on Twitch. So many thanks for those of you who support me over there. And of course, chat, I would be remiss if I did not thank my Patreon. Can you imagine Donald Trump talking about his Patreon? My Patreon, folks, they're the best. I appreciate them bigly. And they get their perks along with being a Patreon, which involve getting access to my videos when they come out, before they come out for anyone else. At the $5 level and higher, you also get a fancy shout out. So let me do those shout outs now. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Shakespeare, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Moe Noape, shouts out to Ma Goggles, shouts out to Just Julie, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Hot Ham Radio, shouts out to Good for Gabby, shouts out to Buffy Geek, shouts out to Animus, and a fancy shout out to Zerix, to Rachel K, and to Omega Star. BE is all for the drama, whatever he can get views on. Yeah, he does a little drama. We do a little drama around here, folks. Oh my god, chat. I don't think my Trump is that good. I don't know, chat. I don't really, do I have good, I don't even know if I have good impressions of like anyone. I feel like I did a good Demon Mama, but she's not really Make Irene bounce. Oh my god, Firebird. If only that was the way to get that to work. I mean, I'll bounce on my chair for you. I mean, this isn't exactly bounce music, but... Theocratic Von Dingular. He should relabel to Grumpanada. He's Oscar the Empanada. He would have guessed Trump. I got close to Trump? I feel like there's so many people with much better Trump. Especially like when I'm up against Hasan, right? Hasan's Trump is actually pretty good. Well, look, we're not going to feed into this current drama. Let me just say it that way. All right. I see chat talking about some drama between people that would probably do better to fight alongside each other than against each other. So we're just gonna skip over that if you don't mind. Can you finish? Wait, what is that? Oh, who's the guy that says, "Can I finish?" A good Ross Perot. Oh, that's Ross Perot. My hair looks pretty. Oh my god, thank you. You know, my favorite old school SNL, like, impression is John McLaughlin. This guy died in like 2016 or something. I don't know. He died a long time ago. But he had a morning show just like you know how there's Meet the Press and then there's, wait, it's not, I guess it wasn't exactly like that. But he had like Sunday morning was the morning for political shows, and John McLaughlin had one, and his took the form of a panel show, right? A panel of journalists such as Eleanor Cliff from Time Magazine. Is that where? No, Newsweek. She's Newsweek. Pat Buchanan from the American Spectator, etc., etc. And he would ask his guests questions. And invariably, when they answered, he would interrupt them and say, "Wrong! Wrong! Wrong! The answer is..." And then he'd give some... Was it Phil Hartman? I think it was Dana... What's the Dana guy's name? Dana... I can't remember his last name. I think his first name is Dana, though. Dana Harvey? Harvey. Dana Carvey doing Bush Sr. says, can I finish? Oh, wait, does Bush Sr. say that? It's Carvey, yeah. Squishy Weasels representing today. I'm glad to see you all here. Anyway, I need to get on to the thing. So yeah, we're at 5% of the dono goal right now. If we get 95% further, we'll see some bonus content. Otherwise, I will get an early night's sleep. But if you want me to stay up with you a little bit and cover one more topic, again, with the options being Francesca responds to Cenk Uygur. Cenk has been talking some trash about Francesca on right-wing shows like Jillian Michaels, and Francesca noticed. Leaked audio of Cenk Uygur talking to... Chad is telling me TYT members about a new project, making a new announcement, apparently. Hasan on Theo Vaughn. That rhymes. I didn't mean for it to rhyme, but there you go. Or more Ethan Seething, which is what 34% of you are voting for right now. That's in first place with 89 votes. Francesca and Cenk tied for second, and Theo Vaughn in last place. We'll see what happens, chat. We'll see what happens. All right. First, we got to cover Ethan Klein. We got to cover Ethan's decline. So let's get moving. shall we?
Back on Twitch, you know how I closed our channel in protest when all this started going down. Well,
he closed his channel in protest. Ethan, do you think that you were bringing more money? Does Ethan think that he was bringing more money to Twitch than he was getting from Twitch? Like, if he even got, I don't know, 30 Prime subs a month, right? He's probably taking more from Twitch than he quit in protest, chat. This'll teach him. This'll show him. You think you can not ban Hasan for supporting Palestine? Okay, well, I'm going to close down the I'm not going to stream anymore on the H. That's like me stopping posting on Twitter, right? Elon Musk is not going to change anything that he's doing because I am not, like, my Twitter account is not active. That's so ridiculous.
if you go to the H3H3 Productions channel on Twitch,
Dan KKK Clancy,
you can notice that we are back. I'm so happy to
You've never been more back.
announce we have ads. Oh, I don't think my feed is.
All right, so chat, you see what the problem is with that? He just said he has ads. All right. So if you want to be a smart chatter and get that insight for why things happen, not just what happens, but why things happen, notice that. Notice that. All right, I beg you to notice that he just said we've got ads. Now, what's wrong with that, chat? What's wrong with we've got ads? I'm running the Content Nuke on loop, chat, and we've got ads. What's wrong with that? What's not mathing? Anybody know? You know who doesn't have ads right now, chat? I don't have ads. Because, yes, Ducky, it's a political stream. It's a political stream, so I've got to label myself as a bad politics talker and thereby get demonetized. So if he's got ads, he's not abiding by the terms of service. So anybody that wants to say that, like, you know, Ethan was banned because Hasan is doing things that from anybody else would be considered TOS, or that, you know, he was targeted because he's a critic of Twitch or anything else like that, just use Occam's razor and figure out that he's most likely getting banned because of the failure to abide by terms of service.
Working, Dan. My window to drag to. But we have set up 24-hour reruns of the Content Nuke.
Oh my god.
That's right, it's going to be running.
How exciting. Are you excited, chat? Are you excited? Yeah, he isn't politics. Well, his I mean, he doesn't know much about politics, but because of his own actions play something, yeah. Like, this is like the grandfather paradox, right? He's like going back in time to kill his grandfather. I'm sorry, to Minecraft his grandfather. We don't want to get in any trouble, chat. I'm not suggesting, I'm not making a call to action against anyone's grandfather, okay?
For 24.
Can you imagine getting in trouble for that? Yeah, she was advocating people go back in time and unalive grandfathers. That's it's bad stuff.
4 hours a day, 7 days a week, right here on Twitch.
7 days a week.
On the H3H3 Productions Twitch channel. Thank you, Dan. You guys can tune in at any time. You can share it. You can click around, guys. It's an important...
Oh, good point, Jessica Bell. Yeah, you could argue it's not a political video. It's a drama video.
It's an important piece of media, and right to the people that need to see it most.
good. They have magical.
This is not done to be pity. This is not done to be petty. This is not
No, of course not.
done to be snide.
Of course not, chat. It's not done to be petty or snide or anything like that. It's not done to be small.
This is done as a public service announcement because the people on Twitch are the ones that need to see this the most. And hopefully Dan Clancy,
Clancy.
will find his way over here as well and give it a watch. Yeah, but check it out, guys. It's really, really important stuff. Does anyone know, can we put this in the category of politics, or do we need to do it uncategorized? We're trying not to get...
Are you really trying? Are you trying not to get banned? Because you're not trying very hard.
We're trying to do all the right things so they don't have a reason to ban us. Now, I'm sure they will ban us over eventually.
Yeah,
they'll find a reason.
Yeah.
But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe, because as far as I'm aware, we're not breaking any rules. If we are, I'd love
Real mani-petty.
to be compliant as possible.
What rules, you sons of bitches?
You know, it'd be interesting.
So, like, yeah, he's talking about labeling his stream as politics. Now, that's a category, right? And yeah, that's one of the terms of service. For Twitch. You gotta correctly and accurately categorize yourself. So, in other words, if I marked myself as Super Smash Brothers, would I get in trouble? Maybe somebody was upset about it. Like, I was gonna watch you play Super Smash Brothers, but you're not playing Super Smash Brothers. You're talking about Ethan. Yeah. So you gotta label yourself or you gotta categorize yourself accurately, but you also have to do those labels. And if there's use of substances like CBD and THC, that's one label. If you're in a hot tub looking sexy, that's another label. If you're gambling, that's a label, right? There's all these labels. If you're using a lot of adult language, that's a label. If there's, if your content borders on the sexual, that's a label. And if you're playing a mature video game, that's a label, right? You got to put the labels on. And now the only thing about the labels thing is, like, I didn't know they were banning people for not having the labels. All I know is that they are, like, my understanding, and it's happened to me once, right, is that if you forget your label and somebody reports you, then Twitch will send you a email saying you got to label yourself correctly. And if you do it too much, eventually they will force a label on you. I thought that was the punishment, right? Is that you get the label permanently forced on you, so you can't stream without it, even if you do play Super Smash Brothers. Ethan is a professional victim. Greenest Faye, you got here just in time.
Hasan was banned for 1 day, we found out, for telling Tom Cotton that someone needs to kill Tom Cotton.
Ethan, you're pathetic. Do you know what's wrong with that, chat? Like, he's mixing up incidents. He's thinking in the Fallout, the Shinzo Abe device, right, was Tom Cotton. And no, he didn't say anything like that. And he also didn't say they should do it to Rick Scott. He said that if the Republicans if they truly wanted to fight Medicaid fraud, then one of their sitting senators would have to go by the wayside. Another one would have to bite the dust. But yeah, he can't even get the facts right? He's just misremember. And nobody, seriously, Dan, Lena, nobody's going to correct him. Galia's not going to jump in and be like, actually, Ethan.
I say this merely, what I'm about to say is merely an experimental suggestion, act of protest. It is by no means an endorsement for violence, nor do I want anyone to do any act of violence. It's purely a thought experiment. I just want to make that as clear as possible. My thought experiment is if somebody on Twitch says someone should blah, 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 Dan Clancy, would they get banned for 1 day? Is that just a 1 day ban? Because
he so wants to say it. He so wants to say it.
that would be an interesting experiment. Not that anyone should say it or.
Look, let me just put this into perspective for you, okay? There's more likelihood of a Fupa Troopa doing something TOS to Dan Clancy than there is of a Hasan fan doing something to Rick Scott.
Obviously, again, not that anyone should do it, but I do think that
like this is unironically more of a call to action than what Hasan said, even though obviously it's, tongue in cheek.
there's an interesting experiment potentially here in seeing how consistent their enforcement rules are, because theoretically that should just be 1 day suspension, right? I mean,
where's Olivia and AB? I think Olivia did come back. Wait, maybe Olivia is Olivia back, chat? She was gone for a while. I think she was gone on Monday. And which is weird, right? Because she does a stream now, and she was on stream over the weekend. But he needs some Claritin. Yeah, I guess they've got him on what is it, Flonase?
it's not as bad as even threatening or endorsing violence against a sitting.
Serge Cloud has got another theory about why Ethan is sniffing so much, but I can neither confirm nor deny that.
Elected official. That is just a hypothetical, again, and purely thought experiment.
Can you not?
The Green super chatted $14.01. Have you talked much about the tariff situation yet? As a Canadian, I am invested. Also, I am voting for dark horses, I guess.
Dark horses? Wait, what did we say the dark horse was going to be this time? Somebody proposed a dark horse. I can't remember what it was. Somebody remembers, though. Thank you, Greenest Faye, for the super chat. And yeah, I mean, we can go outside the box. Maybe.
Davy Cliff super chatted $19.99. Please give me evil UNC. I'm done with Ethan.
Evil Unk? Evil Unk is getting the... Wait, that means Jink Uger, right? Wait, is Evil Unk Theo Vaughn? I guess Theo could be Unk status too. Okay, what was going to be the dark horse chat? Dark horse is like if somebody decides that they don't like any of the options and they like name something else and everybody gets behind it and says, yes, this, then we can watch the... I think we've only had one dark horse ever. It reminds me of that song. Okay, so Unk is Theo Vaughn. I gotcha. I was thinking Jink Uger, though. Like when you first said it, I was like thinking you were talking about Shaky Gurga, because he is definitely also dark Unk status. Shaky Gurga. Oh, it is for... Okay, I was right in the first place. Sorry. My first instinct was right. I was thinking somehow that you meant... Oh, wait. So leaked audio? Okay, that's the one, right? That's the one that you're suggesting. And did we ever figure out what the... Did we ever figure out what the dark horse was going to be? Somebody said it earlier. Like somebody... Unk is definitely is Jink. I mean, yeah. Who's the rarest Unk, though? I was thinking rare Unk. I mean, like, I just found out tonight, chat, that Theo Vaughn is 40. I thought that Theo Vaughn was one of those, like, 22-year-olds that looked 40.
The Green super chatted $14.01. Also, how much do I have paid to not have to heat about EK today?
How much do I have to pay to not hear about Ethan Klein? Oh my god. I mean, you're not the only one suffering from Ethan fatigue. Katy Perry is on my shit list now for going to space? Nice rocket you got there. Be a shame. Wait, what happened? She went to space? R.M. Brown is the rare unk? Yeah, true. Okay, somebody will figure it out eventually, what the dark horse is. YouTube host and attorney, born in 1970, Shaky Gurga. Can I get some Shaky Gurgas in chat? I gotta see some Shaky Gurgas.
Man.
Oh, Briana Woo debating Mark Lamont Hill. Is that what you want, Greenest Faye? Is that the dark horse you want?
Act of protest, if you would, because clearly they don't think.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Shadow UNC equals Senk. Power UNC equals Sam.
That makes sense. That actually makes sense. Okay, what does this make it? It makes it 50, 60, we're at 63. Shaky. CEO entrepreneur born in 1970. Sticking to the original lyrics, aren't you?
I think it's a big deal on Twitch to threaten to kill people, considering Hasan got a 1-day ban. So if we are just...
You got less than a 1-day ban, and you posted that annoying content puke, and you looped it. Oh, Narwhal decides. Okay. Narwhal, what do you think is the dark horse? Is it Briana Woo and... Wait, who was it again? Is it Briana Woo and Mark Lamont Hill? Oh my god. Poor Mark Lamont Hill. I feel bad for anybody who has to put up with Briana Woo. Even Shaky Gurga.
Just observing their rules, then I think it might be, you know, not that big of a deal. That's my thoughts on the matter. Let me know what you think in the comments.
I feel like that's a worse call to action than I do. Chat, make sure to like the stream. It helps me out a lot, and I appreciate it greatly. Better?
Thank you. Go ahead, Frogan.
Yeah, give me a bass, Frogan.
Go ahead.
I need that.
I know you like doing death threats.
I need the Mama Blessed.
Bass?
Thank you. She's with me.
She gives me the bass.
Yeah, but obviously, just to emphasize how it's not something I endorse or want. It's literally just a commentary on the ban itself, the being only 1 day, which I think shocked even me. I expected it to be 3-day ban. It turned out to be 24 hours, which, you know, I think even for a 24-hour ban, I think Hasan probably even hoped they would ban him for longer, just so it's less, like, apparent. It's just
Okay. So that's no. Let's just track his logic for a while. All right. What is the underlying assumption here? The underlying assumption here, when he says, "I think Hasan wished that the ban had been for longer, so that it wouldn't look as bad," is that Hasan does not control Twitch. So is that where we're at now? We're gonna toggle the switch to Hasan does not control Twitch. They just like him a lot.
Kind of pathetic, like on its face, just a 24-hour ban. Like, he's like, damn, you guys could have at least banned me for 3 days and make it look like at least a little bit.
Hasan Piker has done more to help the unhoused population of Los Angeles than Kendrick Lamar.
Okay. I'll stop talking. She's right.
All these talk of horses has gotten Rolling Stones stuck in my head. Wait, Wild Horses? I always think of Vosh.
Hasan Piker quite literally has done more to help the incarcerated population of Los Angeles than Kendrick Lamar.
I'll be respectful, and I'm gonna say she's right. She has a point.
What is his thought process that Kendrick's gonna watch his show because he kisses Kendrick's ass and like tries to live through him Kendrick's gonna see this and be like, "Oh, I don't like Hasan Piker because somebody said that somebody compared him favorably to me."
Thank you, Eliza Perkins Hart. I'm in the hospital for 2. Oh, that's such a generous donation. Thank you. I'm in the hospital for 2 days for an experimental treatment. Wow, for a genetic condition. Thanks for relieving my mega
wild horses
boredom. Thanks for keeping me company while I'm sick from my condition. Also, hey, girly Olivia. Well, thank you for being.
She is back
out there and testing these experimental medicines for the rest of us.
Yeah, you are very brave.
It's important. It is important work. And thanks to the people like her and a lot of people, for example, who have cancer, who do these experimental treatments, they end up, saving and helping so many people.
He wants Kendrick to write a diss track about Hasan. No, Ethan's got this. Ethan can write the diss track, right? Ethan is...
So thank you. Love that about you. Thank you. We love the experimental.
Serious question. How big of a dono would it take to make Ethan content go away? Well, you'd have to also suggest something else. I think, although there are other things, chat. What else have I got cooking here? There is a story that I wasn't sure if you'd be interested in. It's a bit of a rabbit hole, all right? Have you heard about the, I believe it was Imaru, Valkyrie, and Senna, and some other streamers as well, but those are the 3 I remember. They went out to the pier. They ran into a stalker. They didn't realize he was a stalker at first, but shit got scary really quick. And they had to... This guy got, like, scary and violent, and they had to run. And Hasan talks in one of his videos about the fact that there is a Twitter community now, an X community for stalkers, for stalkers of Twitch streamers. Like that these stalkers, not only do they fuck with people, like, mostly women on Twitch, but not necessarily just women, but they also talk to each other. They coordinate. There's a stalker community. There is stalker TWT. And it's like there's some connection with some of these dudes that Dan and Destiny have recruited, right? There's some kind of connection. Like these people travel in similar circles. The people that harass Hasan, the people that harass Pokimane, and the people in this Twitch stalker community. I probably should stop saying that word, or I should imply that I'm talking about the video game centering around Chernobyl. That's what I mean, chat. Afrin or some other nasal spray. He's on Flonase, I think. Yeah, that's the other thing that's kind of going on, but it's such a rabbit hole, and I felt like I would sound like a conspiracy theorist. The only reason I'm entertaining this like notion is that I've experienced some pretty weird stuff on Twitch myself. I don't really want to talk about it, and there's a reason that we don't talk about stuff like this. Right, the only reason that we're talking about this particular incident is because it was so public. But in general, it's not good. It's not good to talk about this kind of stuff if it happens to you. So for that reason, a lot of streamers do not talk about it. It tends to encourage, I think Hasan said copycats, but I would say it even encourages the people that get obsessed with streamers, right? They, if they can make a streamer react, that's what they seem to like. So for that reason, even when there's some wild shit going on, sometimes you don't hear from it. Sometimes you don't hear about it from the streamer that you're watching, right? And I don't think that I can I don't think, chat, that I can make it any more between the lines than that.
On H3 lore, man, this guy just never stops. What a guy. Oh, we got a Gallia page. Gallia's still in the house with us. Let's check out the Gallia page.
Yes, lavender sweater.
Sharing her story of Ukraine being a Ukrainian refugee. Gallia's visiting for 2 weeks. Let's keep adding, Gallia. What do you think?
I didn't see it before. Looks beautiful. Yes.
Wait, now I wonder, like, and this isn't like, you know, obviously I'm not a fan of Gallia's or of Ethan's, but there does seem to be, or Trump's, what was it, an executive order that he did? Apparently every Ukrainian that got temporary refugee status in the United States is going to lose it now, you know, because of the Trump administration.
Thank you so much.
Is that ironic with the photo or
no? It's just Eastern Europe.
I'm guessing that maybe Gallia's got some kind of work visa because of her job, though, so probably won't affect her. Christian Strand, thank you. Thank you for becoming a member once again. Thank you for renewing your membership.
European. It's just the way I say things.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if you were being okay. No, it's all okay. Well, there she goes. She loves it. Actually, this is a 3-year-old meme. I got to revisit.
800 DPI.
I'm not gonna say it. What the fuck was that?
My fucking.
Yeah, what is that? I don't recognize that.
What was that? That was one of the best moments. Dan's mouse just started talking one day. It became sentient.
Oh my god.
800 DPI.
And it
See if it still does it.
Even Dan was shocked by it.
I was
800 DPI.
What the fuck are you watching?
Hold on.
Interestingly, it sounds like Zelensky.
Yeah, a little bit.
8,200 DPI.
I love Zelensky's voice, man. He has such a wild voice.
Today, I want to thank the U.S. President. 600.
What? Look, I mean, Zelensky's got an accent. You know, he doesn't, you know, speak English like a native, but what? What's Ethan doing? That's not what Zelensky sounds like.
He's awesome. I love Zelensky.
I think it's your mouse.
Yeah.
Why is your mouse?
Why does that sound so weird?
200 DPI.
What?
The Green super chatted $35.03. I posted some articles in your Discord server that may be worth talking about. It is pretty dark though. I would listen to this rabbit hole over Ethan though. Still voting for Dark Horses, by the way.
Dark Horses could not drag me away, or maybe they could if they had enough motion behind them. Oh my god.
I've never pressed this button.
Every time you change your DPI, it announces it, and it's somehow keyed into the audio.
That's crazy.
The podcast audio too.
I've never pressed this button to change.
What is the story about the former governor of Kentucky? And like, this was wait, I've heard of the story. This is like a son that he adopted and then de-adopted? Did the Kentucky governor, or former Kentucky governor, Bevin,
Change the DPI on the mouse.
I miss that guy.
I miss him too.
I was trying to. It is the same mouse. I think I deactivated it after that whole incident because I'm clicking.
Silenced him?
I silenced him. Yeah, it's fucked up.
800. What happened to free speech, Dan?
Yeah.
Let's see how that
It's not fair.
Dark Horse is like.
Was sick. He sent me like 10 of them. Just,
Right.
1500 DPI. 1200 DPI.
Was that a COVID thing, or I don't know?
you had some.
I was fucked up.
Word love.
My voice was feeling extra crispy or something.
Yeah.
This is so
Trace
funny.
of your
though.
mouth?
Yes.
No.
Go again.
100 DPI.
What?
Sounds like a Halo kill.
That's fucking sick. It does.
Yeah,
Yeah.
check it out. It's such a great moment.
So
And,
what was the
Yeah, not Bashir. This is Bevin.
yesterday's mention? Why did it
There
come
was-
up?
Oh, well, Galia was just she was here. She was commenting that she's here for 2 weeks. It's just a mention of.
No,
they're talking about the DPI thing.
The DPI.
Oh, we mentioned DP.
Yeah, thank you for the super chat, Greenest Faye.
No, I played the soundbite. There was some type of voice computer.
Yeah, there
thing.
was some reference made. I forget what.
Do people want to get on board this Dark Horse? I mean, we could cover the like I don't know enough about this Bevin situation, but we could definitely cover the and like I think it's a good thing to bring awareness to what's going on and what's always going on Twitch, right? Like this phenomenon of I don't know, it's a little bit personal for me. Not from anything that's going on now, chat, just from like something that I experienced earlier in my career. Do we want to switch off of Ethan and cover the dark rabbit hole of the worst manifestation of parasocial relationships on Twitch?
But it's there.
800 DPI.
Thank you. 800 is where I like to keep my DPI personally.
The Green super chatted $7.01. Like I said, it is pretty dark. You may bring down the mood of your stream. The Twitch thing is probably lighter content.
I mean, maybe compared to this, yeah. And I'm gonna have to do some research on this too. I've heard of this story, and it is dark for sure. They constantly make me think that they're doing something nefariously weird with the audio. It drives me nuts. They're not slick.
$8,200 DPI.
That's ridiculous, right?
I'm
8,000.
700.
Wait. What am I even doing, chat? Okay, so anyway, this is and surprise, chat, after putting his Twitch stream back on, after putting H3H3 Productions back together, Ethan looked at his account again and found that it was banned the fuck off of Twitch. Surprise, surprise. When you violate, I think somebody counted them up. There was like seven terms of service that Ethan was in violation of. Surprise, surprise, but you get freaking banned.
Oh, don't explain.
That was always the extra layer of humor to me about the whole 5% meme.
Take that 5%.
Is that whatever the hell her name was? She doesn't know how to do math.
He
and
takes
so-
that 5%.
Yeah, it wasn't 5%.
I'm sorry to interject, but the Twitch stream is gone.
It already got banned?
Got banned?
Yeah.
What's the reason?
Well, I can't see.
Well,
but
let me
I'm
go
sure
on the
you-
back end and see.
Yo,
what it says.
that is genuinely.
Right before we went on air,
Does Dan think he's gonna go and log into his streamer dashboard? He's like, I'm gonna go check on the back end. There is no back end. When you get banned, you can't log in.
it's gonna get banned super fast.
I don't care, but it's genuinely fucking pathetic to
Kind
me.
of funny, yeah.
For
Like-
showing terrorism, probably.
Yeah, well, I'd love to know.
Well,
How
before
can we find out
let's
the
not
reason?
speculate. I can give you the real answer
let's
in
find
just
out
a
the real-
moment. Give me a second.
Like people do reruns. I don't think we violated any fucking rule.
reruns are when you show your stream again, right? That you've done a live stream, and then you run it again, right? That's what a rerun is, and you gotta label it too. You've gotta label your reruns. I don't know. Does this sound pedantic, chat? I'm so used to dealing with this that it's not really a big deal to me, but to somebody that.
The Green super chatted $14.01. I just wanted to bring awareness to the story that I posted in general. Also, there is a GoFundMe attached to it for the boy that the governor adopted and abandoned attached to one of those articles.
Yeah, no, he's definitely in a fucked up situation. And so a GoFundMe is like a
rule.
No,
Well,
yeah, I
let's
think
see.
the rerun should be fine.
They're just babies, and they're defending Hasan and Dan, who's also a creep. And
Excuse me?
Here, let's get through the ban part, which is I think it's only like it's 10 more minutes. We'll get through the ban part, and then I'll take a look at those articles that you put up, Greenest Faye, and then we'll look into this dark rabbit hole of, oh my god, chat, I don't know, should
The staff.
it's like legitimately hard for me to talk about this stuff.
You're
even though this is not, like I said, this is nothing that's happening to me right now. This is nothing that I'm dealing with right now. This is something from a long time ago.
little gentleman.
I'm
Dan,
a gem.
you
Oh,
fuck!
thank you.
Dan.
Okay, let me log in. I'm noticing I'm logged out, which I wasn't before. So
maybe you just check the email.
Am I like? Well, that's actually Ethan's email.
Oh,
yeah.
Let me check my email.
Because it's your account.
Wait, Rerun was the character in the comic strip Peanuts, the one with Snoopy on it? Other people are saying Rerun was on Fat Albert? No, I think that's Mushmouth.
Oh, your account is currently suspended. To view more information about your
Here, I got
enforcement,
it.
file an appeal. Okay.
Oh my god! It got banned for encouraging or glorifying extreme violence.
Whoa.
That's
fucking
wow.
That's Hasan's content that's on your platform that he didn't get in trouble for. Holy fuck!
Interesting.
Whoa! You guys
That's a
don't believe me?
manual
Look at
ban
this.
too.
I mean, I believe
Screenshot
you.
it and we can pull it up.
Is it safe to show?
Are you sure? Oh wait, before.
Come on, show it to Dan first, please.
Okay, he says so.
Okay.
I have the button.
Encouraging or glorifying extreme violence. Yes, that's it.
Wow.
How long is the ban?
Well, it should be only a day ban, right? In theory.
Well,
In theory, it should be no ban because
I
it's
got,
his
actually,
content.
guys, I got a 30-day ban.
30 days?
30-day, and I didn't even say 30-day ban. I mean, it was worth it to do this just for this. I'm surprised that they're this pathetic.
yeah, because
I genuinely am too.
that's a manual ban too, for sure. Like that's not an automatic thing.
Yeah, how can you decide that I'm promoting?
Yeah.
Well, I thought it was going to get banned for just being spammy because it's a 1.5 hour video that's just playing on a loop. So that they could have just said that.
I genuinely
and sidestepped any having egg on their face.
That's genuinely and sincerely hope.
Look, don't say having egg on their face anymore unless you're talking about a rich person who can afford the egg treatment on their face.
Anyone that cares about this story talks about the fact that me showing the Content Nuke on Twitch got me banned for 30 days for encouraging or glorifying extreme violence, for showing a clip of what Hasan does regularly on.
So my understanding is that this is a ban that came from somebody reporting him, and at least there was let's see if I can find this. There was like a Reddit where somebody listed off 7 or 8 different violations of terms of service. And that was one of them. Right? But as soon as it looks like as soon as it was reviewed by an actual person, they flipped the ban.
Twitch unpunished. Who, by the way, Hasan, who got banned for 1 day for saying kill a sitting elected official. What the fuck? They literally don't even care enough to hide it anymore. It's like just mad. It's mad. They're just flaunting it. It's just mad. So I mean wow, that's fucking mad. I'm blown away. I'm actually blown away.
Politics aside, what's going on at Twitch? Like how they decide their bans makes no fucking sense ever. It's so weird.
It's always been a mess over there.
And
throw it on the pile, I guess.
That account has not been banned in at least a couple of years. I know they take that into account when banning. So let's see if you've been banned for a day or a week.
I don't recall ever getting an enforcement action on our Twitch account.
On that, no, that account's always been good. Saying the only thing that happened is that when we ended our contract and moved to YouTube, they pouted and cried and acted so pathetically immature that they demonetized our entire channel.
Yeah,
they departnered us.
Right.
They did that to Ninja, I recall.
Yeah, they did that to Ninja too. I was like, that is so pathetic, you know. And we had a really nice working relationship with them too. It's just fucking.
Now, somebody did say, guaranteed it's a mass user reporting of the stream, which should be fixable. I think to be totally fair, we should appeal it. Yeah, we should appeal it because it could have been an automated ban.
So they appealed it, and it was denied at first, and then I don't think it took much longer. Like it's kind of like once it hit Twitter or once people became aware of it, then Twitch reversed it.
To just give the benefit of the doubt here.
But how do they decide 30 days and that it was for promoting violence?
I mean, if that's what it was mass reported
you
for.
need to log in Dan to appeal.
Super chatted $14.01. I pulled the GoFundMe out of the article and posted it in general with the articles so you could easily grab the link. I can delete that post though if you don't want that in your server.
No, we'll take a look at it.
It's telling me I can't log in because of... Well, I'll figure it out.
Well, that doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Because if you wish to appeal, please sign in to... Oh, there's a special appeal.
That's so scary.
I think it gives me that prompt when I try and sign in, so let me try it that way.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Okay.
All right. Yeah, here we go.
But Gretus Faye, post it in resources. Post the GoFundMe in resources. That should be...
Appeal portal.
Holy fuck, though. That is a really...
Okay, I'm in. Here we go.
Wait, that's...
Encouraging or glorifying extreme violence received
we got
on this
warned.
day. Huh?
Wait, hold on. We got warned at 117.
Oh, no.
Politics and sensitive social issues.
Oh, that's not how people are using resources right now.
I'm warning you. We got warned for politics and
sensitive social issues. You didn't put the content label that you're bitching and getting the ADL involved and you know, brigading Hasan got. That's the difference.
Sanchi super chatted $5. Someone tell Ethan that for first time in a long time support for Israel dipped to 46% Americans end support as per today. Wonder how Ethan will spin it.
There's not a lot of ways that you can, try to deny that.
Sensitive social.
Thank you for the super chat, Izzy.
For showing Hasan's content on Twitch at 1:17 p.m.
Okay, so we're just gonna watch the rest of this because that's what's on the thumbnail, and I do at the very least I have to cover what's on the thumbnail. But we'll take a look at the situation with the former governor of Kentucky and his son, and you know the situation there, and then we'll take a look at, I think, the situation with and these are streamers that Hasan knows, so I think I'll go to Hasan for some of this stuff about what's going on with Twitch. Yeah, I mean, theoretically, it doesn't look like people are using resources for that now. Oh, I see. Let me grab that, then I'll grab the GoFundMe to show it.
So their argument is going to be probably that we weren't in the politics category. Because I know that's a thing.
We weren't under any category.
Hasan is never in that category whenever he streams.
He's not? I thought
No,
he was.
he doesn't.
Just chatting.
No, just chatting.
Really?
They invented it and...
Okay, so here's another tick towards it potentially be mass reporting, because I know that this is something people do oftentimes, is that there is also a separate warning here, live stream emergency. We're concerned about your well-being in order to protect your privacy and community.
Chat, that is when somebody comes on stream and they look unwell, that's when that thing pops up, right? When somebody looks like they might be going a danger to themselves and others, right? That's what comes up there.
We remove the content.
That's not what they
Isn't that like reporting self-harm kind of thing?
Probably. That's a
Why would they
classic.
say they remove the content there, and then I have you got
well, I see
warning
both
for...
reasons here in the back end.
No, he 100% got reported. I think I can find the Reddit post that shows the at least one of the people that reported him, and sounds like they just like hit him with everything they could think of. And the fact that Twitch bought that, right? The fact that Twitch, like, whatever cursory look at Ethan's content that Twitch did, like, indicated maybe, yeah, this is somebody that is a danger to themselves and others. That's telling. That's actually very telling.
So anyway, I got warned at 117 for politics and sensitive social issues, and then we got banned for 30 days at 3 o'clock for encouraging or glorifying extreme violence. That's utterly fucking
And it's
mad.
also a huge account. Like
That's it. It's not like a random nothing. Like that count has hundreds of thousands of followers.
It had like 600,000.
So like that. There's no shot that somebody didn't manually review that. 600,000 follower account getting automatic 30-day ban? I don't think so.
Well, again, just to go.
There may be more to the calculations. In fact, let me tell you why there may be more to the calculations than that. Right? Twitch is not as interested in the number of followers an account has as it is in the amount of, I don't know, views, watch hours, things like this. Like the indication that the channel can make Twitch money, right? And that would be making Twitch money either through streaming and getting, getting subs and bits and stuff, or that would be through advertising. Ethan's channel is not looking like it can do either. The reason that just having a lot of followers doesn't get you that is because one of the weird things that happens as far as harassment on Twitch are like bot attacks, and it's when a whole bunch of bots follow a channel, and this will usually happen. I mean, I'm assuming it's the person. I've had it happen to me, right? Where my channel's gone up to like 15,000, and I don't have 15,000 followers. These are bots. I think they're trying to get you in trouble. I think they're trying to make it look like you are botting, but obviously Twitch knows that that's not. They just kill the bot accounts when they find them, right? But anyway, because of the propensity of like these kinds of bot attacks, I don't think that Twitch exclusively goes by followers, like Ethan is assuming.
Go through the paces here, and to be fair to them, I suppose, let's appeal. What should I put in my appeal message?
Just say, why isn't Hasan banned if I am?
I feel like that we should be more like...
Yeah, exactly, general public.
I need to say, it's fucking like, why am I banned? I showed Hasan's fucking footage from Twitch.
I do not think my account should have been suspended for this reason. The content being shown was a criticism showing...
No.
Okay.
Doing too much.
Okay.
Why am I being banned for showing footage that was broadcast on Twitch?
Why am I being banned for showing footage?
I mean, there's things that Hasan's done that Twitch has said if he does them, they weren't specifically against the rules, but they've let him know in no uncertain terms. Like, for instance, I think it's the landing of the helicopter on the ship in the Red Sea, and the song by Ansar Allah, right? That's the kind of stuff that I think that Twitch has said to Hasan, you can't show this again. So if they showed that, that would be
that was originally
like literally because of all the pressure that they got to ban Hasan, they clarified their rules to Hasan.
Broadcast on Twitch
unpunished.
Unpunished
by a major creator.
By a large creator. Okay. Anything else?
I mean, that's it. Also, add Dan Clancy's a creep.
I think we'll probably get. You win more with what's the expression? Honey than vinegar. You know.
Dan KKK Clancy.
All right, I'm appealing. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
This is like the most unbelievable self-own of all time.
Again, if they had just put like we don't allow like spammy content on the platform,
because they do. That we're not violating any rules.
Yeah, I mean, when I had looked into it, that was why I was kind of warning you beforehand, less so than like that it was going to get banned for criticizing Hasan or anything, just that looping a video, I think
people did all the time. PewDiePie used to do reruns for like weeks nonstop straight on his Twitch account.
All right, well, I'm not very Twitch
I think it's completely
savvy,
allowed.
So.
I don't think we're violating any terms.
He still does it.
Yeah, he still does it.
I'm sorry, dude. You just don't know what you're talking about. This is such a common thing for Ethan. For him to be really sure of himself when he doesn't know what he's talking about, right? And you wouldn't, because you're not streaming on Twitch. You don't take it seriously. It's not your main platform. It is not your source of revenue. And so you're kind of treating it like, wait, shouldn't this be something that I can just use without really thinking very much about or knowing, anything about the rules? And it's like, no, it's not. It's a platform that famously, Twitch bans more people than almost any platform I can think of. There are so many different ways that you can get banned. There are people that I know who have gotten banned for emojis, people who have gotten banned for wardrobe, whatever the fuck that meant, despite the fact that they weren't really doing anything, like, their wardrobe wasn't against the rules. Yeah, Twitch is kind of infamous for its bans. And if you really want to use Twitch, and he doesn't care. He literally did this to get banned. This was his desired result.
It was also not enough. It was like the 3 hours of live streaming. So it was like the second time we showed the video, probably, on the rerun.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't like enough for a spam.
Right. It's such a long video. Yeah, I agree.
Hasan Piker, quite literally, has done more to help the incarcerated population of Los Angeles than Kendrick Lamar.
Nothing more need to be said than that. So anyway, that's fucking interesting. I genuinely didn't expect it to get banned that much, and I didn't expect it to get for that long, and I definitely didn't expect it to get banned for that reason. What an absolute self-own. Holy shit. Please, people.
It actually is a self-own. It's literally your complaints that got your video banned. Yeah, I mean, like, at least part of that was from a mislabeling of your, or a lack of a content label. And the reason the content labels are a thing is because of fucking Karens like Ethan Klein.
Pay attention to this. Please, Philly D, or somebody, everybody who cares about this story, look at
Philly D is too busy both sidesing trans issues. Sorry, Ethan, sorry.
What just happened. It's unreal.
Also, Phil did upload not too long ago.
Was I on it?
No.
What's the title?
Andrew Tate, Trump.
Andrew Tate? No, I can't
it's
get a
called
mention.
Wow, leaked video exposes child gladiator fights. And Andrew,
sounds-
Andrew that's pretty cool, actually. Everyone catch that after the show.
Child bum fights. We hit the apex of society.
You did. Okay, well, there we go, chat. that is the banning drama. I think there might be I think Hasan said something on it. Let me go. Let's check the Twitter and see if I can find out what's like. There was a few little other things that I wanted to hit. Is this it? No, that's Yeet. H3 subreddit finds H3 snark back up Reddit. Okay, here we go. This might be it. So again, we're possibly going to get into this account. This account has got a lot going on. This account is suspicious. There have been people in my chat that have speculated on who this account might actually be. There are other people speculating that this account might be involved in some of the harassment of female streamers on Twitch, although we're gonna see that they deny it. But anyway, they've sneakers. You mean snarkers? Mass reported Twitch stream already. Where to even start? This channel is very okay. So this is apparently on H3H3 Productions. So wait, I think it's the other H3 Productions. You know what I mean? The one that serves as like a second snark. Does everybody know what I'm talking about there? This channel is very clearly breaking a bunch of TOS. Twitch relies on reports to keep community safe and active. Please do your part. 1, hateful conduct, encouraging hateful behavior, bullying and harassment, targeted abuse, advocating abuse, coordinating harassment, spam, scam, bots, tampering, using a bot to, yeah, there's ways that you can do what Ethan's trying to do.
Super chatted $5. You should check out Kyle Kulinski defending Hasan on the ban, and he finds out for the first time who Asmongold.
Oh no, Kyle found out.
Hasan also reacted to that video.
Kyle found out who Asmongold was. Damn. All right, we're almost through with the Ethan stuff here. Using a bot to have the video rerun on loop continuously without human intervention. Yeah, that's the other thing, is that with the exception of the reruns, right, which I think there's a way that you do those, right? And it's not what Ethan did, which is looping something, right? Reruns are when you you rebroadcast a stream, right? And you mark it as a rerun. Like they're you know, you're not allowed to pretend it's like, you know, you live streaming and just like, you know, run you know, constant reruns of yourself live streaming, but you can do it occasionally if, like, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like not a lot of people do reruns, right? Terrorism, terrorist propaganda, IDF. See, so some of this stuff Twitch is probably not going to take, you know, they're not going to, you know, use this one. Missing or incorrect content classification levels. Doesn't have politics label, as Hasan and others are forced to do. So that one definitely is, you know, something you got dinged for. Miscategorizing content, not in politics. Search misinformation, because Ethan's lying, so it's misinformation. That's not how misinformation works, right? What would Twitch consider misinformation if you were to, you know, talk about like deny you know, information about diseases and stuff. I think that misinformation is mainly about stuff like that. Mocking trauma of Palestinians, Arabs, and Muslims. I wish that Twitch cared about that, but they probably don't. So anyway, this is a snarker maybe on the second snark, the H3 Productions, H3 Productions. Yeah, H3 Productions. So that's probably what they got hit with. Pick your poison, whichever you feel is the greatest TOS violation. Please do your part in keeping the Twitch community safe. So they're trying to couch it as, you know, keep the community safe, but realistically, you know, this is just kind of people that, this is just Ethan fucking around and finding out, right? This is very much a fuck around, find out situation. Is LSF reacting? I do believe it was his intention to get banned so he could bitch about it some more, but he decided to reactivate his Twitch account to rerun the Content Nuke. A lot of oh, that is true. Yeah, the targeted harassment stuff actually might be something that Twitch care. Well, regardless, chat. My understanding is that they did get unbanned slightly after. So Dan appealed. That didn't get them unbanned, but eventually they did get unbanned. There's this reminder: Ethan and Gila opened the door when they started report brigading smaller creators.
This guy for, let's see.
So quiet.
I apologize to Bertilicious. Do not worry, number 130 on YouTube.
Okay, we can't use this. It's too quiet. You had to Google 10 divided by 10? Oh, that's the incarcerated firefighters thing. We haven't really covered this. And then this is the other thing. There's a fight between Ethan and a former iDubbbz editor over Ethan's cat, who apparently Ethan's dog, Shredder, who died. I guess people had seen Ethan feed the dog cheese. Dogs aren't supposed to have cheese. It can cause kidney problems. The dog died of kidney failures. I'm not going to weigh in on somebody's dead pet, though. That's just... Wait, anytime Ethan Klein tries to cancel Hasan, this is what I'm always saying.
Whoa. It's a little catty and weird, considering I feel like our conflict at this point.
The stuff with the dog is concerning. I just don't know, like, you know what I mean? I don't have access to, Ethan's life and Ethan's pet's health records, and I don't want to really
run so deep. But I'm gonna pull it up anyway. Fuck it. I'm just
out of context would be to talk to me face to face instead of just watching me on a 30-second delay on your stream.
Wait, wait. How does he know I'm watching already?
Because you've been talking about it for the last 5 minutes.
He's in your walls.
But is he watching my?
He's in the walls.
My stream?
No, his chat probably told him.
Chat's telling him.
Oh, I just got here.
2 steps ahead, buddy.
Well,
ends up being an NCC snark Reddit. Yeah, it's called Vosh.
It's a little catty and weird, considering I feel like our conflict at this point runs so deep.
No, I just get shit talked about me in Debate Bros Reddit feeds. I'm not big enough to have my own snark.
But I'm gonna pull it up anyway. Fuck it. I'm just
out of context would be.
Anyway, he gets spooked, thinking Hasan can see him. All right, is there anything else here that we need to cover before we get to the former governor of Kentucky and his son? Okay, this Borlo saying fuck around and find out. What is this? Fuck you, scumbag. Oh, responding to the dog accusations. Oh, yeah, and here we go. Make sure that Theo knows how you feel about hosting a terrorist-adjacent creator. So there's Ethan calling for brigading of the comment section of the Theo Von podcast with Hasan. Oh, yeah, and this is Elon Musk noticing the Ethan Klein ban and its relation to Hasan. So, I mean, that's not good. Elon noticing Hasan. So these two do have a slight history together. I believe Elon is aware of Hasan by virtue of Grimes, Grimes going on Hasan's stream around the time that she broke up with, or the marriage ended. What is this? All this fucking bullshit because I hate Hamas, hate terrorists. Think a two-state solution is best option in the interim. Imagine being a privileged American college student whose greatest hardships is missing the dinner meal plan, who has never, I feel like that's Ethan. I feel like he's speaking for his experience, right? Never known danger. Telling my wife, who lived through the second intifada, it's not an antifada. Second antifada? The antifada was Jamie Peck's old podcast. What the fuck? Second antifada. Is there, you're a fucking tourist. You don't know shit. Fuck you. And if you think I'm being the cruelty will make me stop, it won't. So that's more Ethan crashing out on Instagram. There's the Elon Musk noticing that this is Grums getting involved, apparently. Grums is like a right-winger, right? Yeah, he said antifada. He thinks it's that he called them a tourist and said they don't know shit. And then he called the intifada the antifada. Yeah, so Yeet is excited about this, right? And more from that account later. There's apparently some shit going on with that account. Okay, so anyway, that is your Ethan Klein update for today. That's what's going on with the ban. And I thought that there would be something here. I mean, you'll just have to take my word for it. He's unbanned now. And somewhere, wait, this was like, oh God, I gotta find this. Is there like oh, here we go. 99.9, I'm so glad I found this. 99.9% sure Hasan called Dan Clancy and told him to unban me because they look cartoonishly evil and dumb. The appeal was denied, stating over. So before there was like the idea that Hasan wanted to be banned for longer than 1 day, and he wasn't, so Hasan's not in control of Twitch. Now Hasan's back in control of Twitch, and he can get Ethan unbanned. So Ethan, you should be thanking. Yeah. This is like connected to like what, a Nazi troll farm, from what I've seen. Appeal was denied. That a member of the team had thoroughly reviewed it. So which is it? 24/7 Content Nuke resumes tomorrow. And as far as I know, that's what's going on now. I haven't heard anything about Ethan getting banned again. H3H3 account has been reinstated, and Ethan is now blaming Hasan for being unbanned. Yes, blaming Hasan for being unbanned. Thank you, Vorlo, for the update. I don't know Vorlo, chat, but I feel like I should. I feel like I probably have mutual friends, or maybe even mutual enemies with Vorlo. I don't know. It's a name I've seen around. Anyway, let me... So yeah, I want to show you what Greenest Faye was posting in the Discord. This is about the former Kentucky governor named Matt Bevin, who adopted a child, and then I believe de-adopted the child. If I'm understanding this correctly, is that right? Former Kentucky Governor Matt Bevin's son back in the U.S. after being removed from abusive facility. So yeah, I think how the child ended up in the abusive facility was from being basically de-adopted. I don't know if there's a better word for that, but the adopted son of former Kentucky Governor Matt Bevin is back in the United States after he was removed earlier this year from an allegedly abusive Jamaican youth facility and left in the care of the country's child welfare system. The boy, 17, is in a placement worked out with the help of Jamaican Children's Authorities after his adoptive parents, Matt and Glenn Bevin, did not immediately respond to inquiries about his situation. Said advocates working on behalf of him and 7 other boys removed from the facility on February. He is safe, said Rebecca Ground, a representative of a child advocacy foundation created by hotel heiress Paris Hilton, who has used her celebrity to shed light on conditions in the so-called trouble-teened facilities. Yeah, I've heard about this. Paris Hilton apparently got sent to some kind of a abusive wilderness situation for troubled teens. These are like kind of expensive, like quote unquote treatment programs that basically are the parents sending their kids away to be, it sounds like abused. He is in an appropriate placement. The Bevins Ground said, so maybe that's to speak of the Jamaican facility that he was sent to. Bevins Ground said, the Bevins Ground said are not involved in the matter. Hilton's foundation, 1111 Media Impact, is a non-profit organization which advocates on behalf of children in allegedly abusive residential settings. Hilton herself traveled to Jamaica in April to meet the boys and offer her organization support, a visit she mentioned in June testimony before Congress over her concerns with such residential programs. Hilton said she, as a teenager, was placed involuntarily in several of such facilities, which were highly abusive. The Bevins did not respond to repeated queries about their son as officials and advocates sought to find a custodian for him, according to advocates of the Hilton Foundation. As a result, he was placed in the custody of the Jamaican child welfare system. They were not communicating with us, said Chelsea Maldonado, also with the Paris Hilton Foundation, who went to Jamaica to assist the case. Everyone has tried. No one has had success. Neither Matt Bevin, who served as Kentucky's governor from 2015 to 2019, nor his lawyer responded to a request for comment. Glenna Bevin, who is seeking a divorce from her husband, did not respond to the request for comment through her lawyer. Matt Bevin, a conservative Christian, ran a campaign based in part on improving adoption services in Kentucky and reducing the number of children in foster care. In 2017 interview with KET, he also called his desire to reform the system the driving reason I made my decision to run. The Bevins are parents of 5 biological children and 4 children they adopted from Ethiopia in 2012, including the youth who was sent to the Atlantis Leadership Academy in Jamaica last year. This is one of those facilities that, Paris's organization is meant to expose. Matt Bevin often cited the adoption in his political campaign after he was elected, in calling on members of Kentucky's faith community to provide adoptive homes for children in need. The perfect location for healing. On the website, the Atlantic Leadership Academy describes itself as the perfect location for healing and an ideal place for youths who have cycled through other treatment programs without success. But on February 8th, officials with the Jamaican Child Protection and Family Services Agency also found otherwise when they conducted an unannounced welfare check on the 8 teenage boys ages 14 to 18, all U.S. citizens, according to a press release from the agency. During this visit, signs of abuse and neglect were observed, leading to the immediate removal of the teens from the facility for their safety. The U.S. Embassy, in a statement, said it takes the welfare of U.S. children abroad very seriously and works closely with Jamaican child protection officials in such matters. The Jamaican Children's Agency did not elaborate on the abuse. This is the exact kind of organization, though, that you'd think that would be able to bribe their way into Trump's good graces, right? Whatever whatever institutions in the United States government usually look into stuff like that is the kind of stuff that I would expect that if Trump's administration has not shut down already, they are probably looking into shutting down. And this Matt Bevins guy is the exact kind of corrupt right-wing asshole that Trump is usually like on the side of. So like, yeah, I mean, I guess maybe luckily they got to this before Elon could pull the rug out from under them with his Doge bullshit. The Jamaican Children's Agency did not elaborate on the abuse it observed in the academy, but a lengthy story on July 13th in the Sunday Times of London said the teens removed from the academy described beatings, violent treatment, isolation, lack of food, filthy, unsanitary conditions, and cruel punishments such as being forced to lie face down on the floor for hours. Damn. I'd rather die than go back, one boy said, according to the Sunday Times. The case was also referred to criminal authorities, which resulted in charges of assault and child cruelty against the 5 former staffers. He was so dejected. The removal of the teen from the academy set off a flurry of activity to identify the boys and find their families. Don J. Post, a New York lawyer who specializes in family law and failed adoptions, was among lawyers who traveled to Jamaica to volunteer their help with the boys' cases. U.S. Embassy and child welfare officials were able to confirm the identity of the youths and began searching for relatives who might take custody of those under 18. She said representatives of Hilton's Foundation joined in the effort. The 18-year-old, no longer in the family court's jurisdiction, was returned to the United States in coordination with the U.S. Embassy and the youth's family, the Children's Agency press release said. Custody arrangements were made for more. Ultimately, 3 boys ended up in custody of Jamaican child welfare when no relatives stepped forward, the Post said. Post said she was able to meet with and speak with the boys who signed arrangements to accept her voluntary legal services, including the Bevin son. This young man was the one I was most worried about, she said. He seemed the most dejected, with very little belief that anyone was coming for him or even knew he was missing. He was just so dejected and depressed and after everything he had gone through. Post said that she was able to make a telephone contact with Glenna Bevins once, who said she needed to consult with her husband before discussing her son's care. Post said Glenna Bevin cut off contact after that. The Bevin son returned to the U.S. in May. One of the 8 boys remains in Jamaica as officials and advocates try to work out arrangements for his return to the United States, Groen said. The Atlantis Leadership Academy was closed in March by officials, according to the statement from the U.S. Embassy. It is not licensed as a school and had moved locations several times, finally to a small 2-bedroom cottage, with the Sunday Times story said. Most youths got classes online intermittently. Maldonado said families paid $8,000 to $10,000 a month in fees, she said. Terrifying clickbait headlines. Atlantis Leadership Academy has not responded to requests for comments through its website, and toll-free lines it lists are not accepting calls. The Sunday Times story said its founder and director, American named Randall Cook, did not appear at the court hearings over the facility and is believed to have returned to the United States. Meanwhile, the Academy though closed, appears to be pushing back on the allegations. On its website, under the heading Media and FAQ, it accuses some outlets of terrifying clickbait headlines with horrific predetermined narratives. Its comments do not directly address the allegations, but rather question the media outlets that reported them. Do you feel as though what you have received from the media is a narrative or genuine, honest reported? It asks. It is no surprise that the direct result of lazy reporting, half-truths, craving for sensationalism above dignity and the public good, as most media. I mean, they're full of shit, chat. They this is their PR. Most media houses have continued losing massive amounts of trust. They're trying to use the fuck the media, that very Trumpian narrative. This is why I'm surprised that Trump or his administration has not jumped in on the side of this allegedly abusive facility. It also defends the parents who place the children in the facility. Of course they are. You're getting 8,000 to 10,000 from these parents a month. That purport to help difficult youths. Difficult youths? Oh my God. Chat, are we calling kids difficult youths? Is that what we're saying? They're difficult youths. Saying that in most cases are well-meaning individuals desperate for help. Parents are in the place of devastation, the Academy website said. There is virtually no compassion for the parent that is experiencing the situational trauma in their home and lives and wants to pay $8,000 to $10,000 to make their child disappear from their lives. Yes. $8,000 to $10,000 a month. I'm sorry. Let's be real clear on that. Going forward, Gronin Hilton and the foundation remain focused on advocacy meant to bring awareness to the proliferation of such facilities, both in the United States and abroad. Their foundation currently is looking into conditions at another facility in Jamaica that houses more than 150 youths. It is also looking for a stronger federal and state laws. Oh, you're on the wrong administration for that. You'd be lucky if these regulations don't get weakened, right? Whatever regulations exist, such facilities and more resources to help the children in this community rather than institutions. Children's residential facilities, including those promising help for troubled teens, have become a multi-billion-dollar industry, often with little oversight, Ground says. Marketing often is aimed at parents of adopted children. Damn. And may paint a glowing picture of the substandard facilities that some parents send their children to sight unseen. Ground said some parents use transport teams, hired workers to collect their children. Chat, these, I believe I've seen the transport teams. Let me describe the situation. Child is sleeping in their bed. Child is woken up by two large men that they don't know. These men berate, subdue, and maybe even handcuff the children before taking them in a car to the airport and riding on a plane with them to the to one of these treatment facilities, these so-called treatment facilities, right? That's what that's what the transport teams are, right? To collect their children and take them to the facility. She said, I think it needs to be well known that these facilities are out there. She said, the marketing does not live up to reality. Yeah. And if the parents aren't looking at these places and the parents aren't motivated to, like, I never even thought about this, like, situation, like, you know, combined with a parent that is an adoptive parent that's, you know, just willing to pay $8,000 to $10,000 to make their adopted child go away. Yeah, this is some sick shit. So I am going to give you a link to the GoFundMe for the child of the Bevins, who apparently the Bevins are just like, I mean, it sounds like disowning. But yeah, if you wanna help Jonah out This is a very...
The Green super chatted $14.01. The article from February 25th talks more from the victim's perspective.
Right. Yeah, no, thank you, Greenest Faye, for bringing this up. There's some documentaries on the Elan School. It's one of those type of facilities. Yeah, I mean, this needs to be talked about more. Jen says Matt Bevin basically had everyone across the political spectrum back away from him. He's damaged goods. Okay, so there's the reason that Trump's not protecting him. For Republicans, Bevin either is not MAGA enough or failed at their agendas in Kentucky. Well, he lost to Bashir, right? Yeah, why doesn't anybody have compassion for the parents, right? Oh, wait, do you think the 8 to 10K is Jamaican dollars? I assumed that was US dollars. Chat, we are at 145% of the dono goal. I might as well mention that if we somehow get to 200 by, you know, that then there will be not just one piece of bonus content, but two. Elan School, says WB. Yeah, there's a lot of these programs in, what is it, states like Idaho, Utah, any state with a lot of sort of like wilderness. Sometimes these are fashioned as wilderness experiences. The parents are told that the child is going to be enriched by having a tough wilderness experience where they're forced to that somehow, I don't know, the wilderness is going to cure the child of their oh my god, chat, did you unlock the freaking trampoline stream? Yo. Trampoline stream unlocked. I'm gonna need to get on a trampoline in just a second, but yeah, let me open this, and then I'm gonna hit you. I'm gonna hit you with the fundraiser again. If anybody wants to help out, because this is a fucked up situation. Please put my dono votes for Jink leaked audio. I will, Izzy Sanchez. I will. Jink leaked audio is up to 30 extra percent. Look at that. People want to hear that leaked audio. All right, so
The Green super chatted $7.01. Thank you for talking about this and spreading awareness.
yeah, so I mean, like, from what my understanding, right? Am I right about this? Jonah has like no one. Like, the Bevins are not. Are not. They offered to return him to Ethiopia. It sounds like, but they're not like claiming him. Bevin also pardoned felons who were convicted of crimes of a gruesome and heinous nature, and later reoffended. Even the batshit MAGA Attorney General of Kentucky, Daniel Cameron, requested the FBI to investigate Bevin. He is cooked forever. There's an episode of TrueAnon about this place. Yeah, also Behind the Bastards has a good... yeah, Bevon knows exactly what I'm talking about. Behind the Bastards has done a video about these treatment centers, these wilderness experiences. Like, I mean, they go by different names, but Yeah, Paris Hilton and who's the other one? You know, Chet, these are not great names, but Chet Hanks is the other person I can think of. Am I right about that, Chet? Wait, let me look this up. Chet Hanks wilderness therapy. Seriously? Oh no, chat. You know, right-wingers have all kinds of reasons that they hate Tom Hanks, and none of them are good. Like none of they're fucking ridiculous. They're like about him, you know, drinking blood or some being a Satanist or something like that, right? But here's maybe a reason to actually not like Tom Hanks. Chet Hanks recalls waking up in high school to find two burly men. This is what I was talking about. At the foot of his bed, taking him away to a wilderness program for trouble teams in 2008. In a new interview, the once problematic son of Tom Hanks and Rita Wilson. All these names for kids, right? Troubled teen, problematic son. What was the one that they said like in the other article? It's just like it's a kid. They're a child, and they, you know, this desire of the parents to wash their hands of their children is kind of fucked up, and especially in this situation with Jonah. Looked back on when his addiction issues started to take hold, saying his parents' earliest solution was to send him to the middle of nowhere in Utah for a rude awakening. Bald heads, like military guys, looking like bouncers, you know. He's probably saying this in a patois accent because it's Chet Hanks, though. I don't have a Chet Hanks impression for anybody asking. And I'm like, what the fuck? What the fuck is going on? They're like, you're coming with us. Chet said on the Ivan Paycheck's podcast last Thursday. I think he also talked about this on Adam Friedland. But anyway, yeah, Chet Hanks went through this too. Paris Hilton. Oh my God. See, some of this stuff, like, Greenest Fate, I would love to read more about this, but I'm looking at this article right now, and this is not something that I can talk about on YouTube. That being said, chat, you can imagine what Jonah went through by the fact that I can't read you this article, right? The kind of treatment that he went through is fucking horrendous. I'm going to skim through this article to see if I can... Jonah said that he's had no support from the Bevins, who are wealthy and live in Anchorage, an affluent enclave. There's an Anchorage, Kentucky, east of Louisville. Matt Bevin's wealth from career and finances was estimated. Yeah, I wish that Jonah could sue. Now 18 and living on his own in the United States, Jonah said he decided to speak publicly on his ordeal for the first time in hopes of exposing the abusive conditions he endured. So it sounds like his dad, you know, and again, like, this is all allegedly, none of this has gone to court. None of this has been adjudicated. I'm just reading, you know, I'm trying to garner what I can from these articles, but it sounds like his dad used him as kind of a prop in the election, you know, talked a big game about adoption, and then did this to his son, to his adopted son. He also wants someone to be held accountable for the abusive conditions he endured. I just want to be honest, accountability to be taken, Jonah said. I want the people who did what they did to be accountable. They should. He said he's getting by working part-time construction jobs, finding temporary places to live in Utah. Can't be easy where he's staying. I'm a little broke, he said. I have 2 pairs of shoes, a toothbrush, my high school diploma, and my passport. That is the only thing I have. The Bevins, who are in the midst of a divorce, did not respond to requests for comment on the article through their lawyers. They are saying nothing. Jonah said, or at least as far as I can tell, Jonah said that he's had no support from the Bevins, who are wealthy and live in Anchorage, nor has he had any contact, Jonah said, until recently when Matt Bevins unexpectedly called, offering to send him to Ethiopia. So once again, it looks like Bevin's trying to make his adopted child disappear, or not be a problem, just go away. Though surprised, Jonah said he was initially excited about the prospect, especially when he was told the Bevins had located his birth mother, he'd been told it was dead, and other relatives in Ethiopia. I don't have anybody, he said, but he backed out of the trip planned for February 22nd after growing wary of the lack of details about the visit. I would be worried about that too. The identities of his supposed relatives, and yeah, I would not trust this guy, this Bevins guy, right? When he would return, whether he could trust his adoptive parents, he said abandoned him in Jamaica last year. He was concerned about the reliability of the intermediary. Yeah, that makes sense. He left the program with no support or immediate housing. They put him in a residential program in the US, and as soon as he turned 18, they turned him out on the streets, it sounds like. Damn. All right. I'm going to once again hit you with that link if anybody wants to support Jonah. All right. Let's see what time. Oh my God, chat. I guess I gotta get. I was gonna. We're gonna have to save if we cover the other really not dark at all story about the stalkers of Twitch. We're gonna have to do that tomorrow. I need to probably get to the bonus content. What one? More Ethan seasoning at 32%. Leaked audio. Jink Uger at 30% with 30 extra % on it. The other thing, 30 plus 30 equals 60. 60. Okay, and then this Dark Horse thing is at 87. So I think the Dark Horse is winning. Right? And the Dark Horse is going to be Briana Woo and Mark Lamont Hill. So if you've donated, now is the time to let me know. If you want me to put your money where your mouth is and add it to the topic of your choice. If 165 of you have voted, 32% for more Ethan seething, 30% for leaked audio, Jink Uger, 19% each for Francesca responding to Jink, and Hasan on Theo Vaughn. And again, we are at 152, so we're 48 percentage from getting not one but two bonus. Oh, I'm supposed to get on the freaking trampoline, aren't I? Let's make that happen. Yeah, chat, you hit that goal. I didn't think you would. That's why I was sitting down confidently. You know what I mean? I was like, I'm gonna put my ass in the chair. I didn't think. I thought there's no way. There's no way that they'll get me to get on that trampoline tonight. But looks like I was wrong. Oh, wait, okay, let me hit the music, and we're going to get going on. It looks like the Mark Lamont Hill thing is what I'm going to cover. Again, if you have anything to... Oh, no. Oh no, the Mexico delays on tariffs. So yeah, chat. Trump's going back and forth on the tariffs. Maybe I should just put this.
Same thing for Mexico. One for Canada, one for Mexico.
Yes, sir.
They've been in the news lately, haven't they?
So right now, where we stand with the Trump tariffs in regards to the auto industry is that there's been a bit of a reprieve. They were technically supposed to start a few days ago. However, after some calls and some conversations with the Mexican and Canadian authorities, they have really pushed it back about a month. So this is the second time that this tariff has been pushed back. So I think that's good news for consumers because it shows that there is a bit of a willingness with the White House to work on a solution so this doesn't have to go through. Right now, we're not necessarily seeing consumers necessarily going to dealerships in droves. I think they have to kind of be a little bit more aware of this story, but it definitely is making consumers, a bit on edge. And for automakers, I mean, I imagine that the frustration is high. I mean, producing a vehicle is no easy feat if you think of all the parts that go into it. So it's not as if they can do anything in the short term, certainly not in 30 days. The result is not really up to the automakers. I mean, if you listen to what Trump is saying, his whole thing is about, border control. So it really is between Mexico, Canada, President Trump trying to get to some solution that works. And then in the meantime, I think what would make the situation probably better for automakers is to make more pledges that they would increase jobs or, at least provide Trump talking points. These tariffs may never go through. We don't know that is going to happen. But if you are thinking about buying a car in the new...
So chat, if you're confused, you're not alone, right? These on and again, off again tariffs are actually making it, they've crashed the stocks. The stocks have rebounded when he's taken them off. But for people making decisions, business decisions, right, about costs that they project in the future, they're kind of at a loss. The one thing that the market hates more than anything else is instability, uncertainty, and Trump has introduced a lot of uncertainty. What it feels like right now is that we are living in, it's Donald Trump's world, we just live in it, right? And he is, an unstable, ungenius.
In the next few months, it seems to kind of make sense to move your purchase a little bit sooner rather than later.
President.
That fucking pen. I fucking hate Trump. I fucking hate that pen. I fucking hate, what he's doing with executive orders. Just everything about this is fucked. And I will be glad to be out of this country, but also really worried about, my family and friends and myself. I don't know. It's like, you can't really get away from the United States and you can't really get away from Donald Trump, but oh my God, chat, if I can just get a little bit more room for this thing. There we go. Make this happen. Oh yeah, I should have some music going, shouldn't I? On that trampoline. Alright, can you see me? Am I fully in the shot? See how oh my God. I mean, not really. We gotta move this camera, don't we? Here we go. Here's your trampoline stream. All right, so as you can see, there's a lot going on in the Trump administration. It's all very chaotic. But unless we got something else, chat, it looks like we're gonna at least we know what we're doing here with the content. I gotta find Mark Lamont. Hell, sorry, that was scary. Anyone should watch her doc. Wait, what are we talking about, Manic Mermaid? Oh, watch Paris's documentary. Oh, the Paris Hilton documentary, yeah. Okay, so I feel bad for anybody who has to talk to Briana Woo. God fucking damn it.
Peace, family. It's your brother Mark Lamont Hill. Welcome to Night School. Every night here on the Mark Lamont Hill official, you going on of a there happened. Losing the dominant side. We don't. There's new radical. How can you be on U.S. And you are incredibly patient. We were supposed to start at 9 o'clock. And for those
chat, anybody who's watched this, do you think that did he know what he was getting into? Like, did he know who he's dealing with Briana Woo?
And for those, I was sitting in the seat at 9 o'clock. We were both sitting here, ready to go. We had a quick tech issue, and then I had some childcare issues. Or I should say childcare.
Oh wait, yeah, great idea. Or great point, Izzy Sanchez. So, you know, there's different theories about like what Trump is doing. The theory that I tend to buy into is he is the Mad Emperor. And he is not right cognitively. He is a spoiled brat who's lived his entire life with a silver spoon in his asshole-shaped mouth. And like the idea that he can't have his tariffs because the entire U.S. economy is built on that kind of shit not being in place, right? I think probably pisses him off. He's probably, you know, like announcing the tariffs, everything goes to shit, and then he's like, you know, people are like, the shit's crashing around you, right? And he's like, all right, I'll take the tariffs off, and then delay them 30 days, and he wants to do them. He wants to be William McKinley. He really believes that tariffs are the secret hack, the one weird trick that you can play on the U.S. economy to get the manufacturing back, and that he will be the great man and, you know, bring wealth into the United States, and that like I think he believes all this shit, right? But some people think that what he's actually doing is crashing the economy on purpose only to bring it back, which allows somebody, if somebody knows, right, then they can sell high and they can buy low. In other words, this might be market manipulation for his allies, such as Elon Musk, right? So that's the question, is who's making money off of this, right? Because very likely, if anybody knows, like for instance, that the tariffs are going to be taken off, right? Then, you know, they can buy extremely low. Right, they can buy stocks extremely low, and then sell them next month, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, it does seem like it might be market manipulation. So if you're seeing that, I can't blame you. I don't think that Trump is that intentional, but he may be. He may be.
Just baby Malcolm was not allowing us to have this interview. And so Brianna was very...
I think that baby is smart, wise beyond his years.
With her time.
I think you should listen to baby Malcolm.
and gave me a lot of mercy as we were trying to get baby Malcolm to go to sleep. And he wanted to stay up and watch the DNC. So what can we do? So thank you for that as well.
No, of course, of course. So I guess I just want to get.
Wait. Chat, is this what you wanted me to watch? The 6-month-old? Is this like the... Whoever suggested this, like, did you want me to watch the 6 month ago? Like, they're talking about the DNC.
Family, it's your brother Mark Lamont Hill.
Did he... Oh, here we go. 2 hours ago. Sorry, it was this one.
It like and so.
And I think there's like such a
Look at that again.
Okay, so I guess what we do know is that this is not Mark's first rodeo with Briana. This is not his first time playing, what is it called, chat? Revolution 60 or whatever, her shitty game. Right, he's talked to her before.
I'll play that again. Look at this little girl. Look at her. Look at her. Anyway, the girl's yelling, please don't kill me. The girl is literally yelling, please don't kill me. Don't kill us. And do you know what the police said? They didn't say, hey, we made a mistake. They didn't say, oh, we messed up. They didn't say, hey, we take accountability. The police said that the parents are to blame for the girl being scared. They said parents make kids scared of cops. And because parents make kids scared of cops, that girl was scared because of the parents, not because we had her face down at gunpoint. Who the hell at that age or any age is face down at gunpoint and isn't scared? I don't know anybody, even people who say Blue Lives Matter, even people who give money to the Fraternal Order Police every year, even people who love them some police, if they're face down on the ground handcuffed with a gun to their head, I promise you they're going to be scared. Now, the police chief, who by the way is black, said that no laws or policies were broken and that the cop never actually pointed the gun at the child. That's their argument. That
Narwhal, thanks for correcting me. I changed. It's 165.
The gun wasn't actually pointed at the child. I want you to see I want you to look at this. I'll make the image a little smaller so you can see everything at once. I was, just look at this. Just look at this, y'all. Just look at this. It's a short clip, but it's everywhere. Look, you see this officer here? You see this officer? You see this officer? You see these people? You see these cuffs? What are we talking about? If the best thing you can say is there's no gun pointed at her, which there clearly is, because he's putting it back in the holster right there. Look again. That's a gun in his hand. Now, are we going to say that it wasn't literally pointed at her, that it was an inch to the left of her skull? What are we talking about? What are we talking about? This is indefensible. I don't care if they're black, red, yellow, or white. I don't care if the police chief is black, red, yellow, or white. The race of the police chief, the race of the officers has nothing to do with any of this. Shit, the race of the baby ain't got nothing to do with it.
It's just 3-year-old. You're right. Yeah, that's a 3-year-old sitting there with her.
This is about police terrorizing our community. That's what this is about. That's what this is about. It's unacceptable, it's indefensible, and it's disgusting, and we're going to hold them accountable. We're going to hold them accountable. I need every one of you all to find the Winter Haven police. I need you to write letters. I need you to jam their circuit boards. I need you to call the district attorney in Winter Haven, and I need you to demand an investigation. I need you to call the mayor's office of Winter. I need you to call everybody who has the ability to hold these people accountable, because this cannot happen. This should not happen. All right, y'all. Got me worked up already. Anyway, let's get on to something only slightly less infuriating. American politics. Whew. Congress just hit Al Green with a rare censure for calling out Donald Trump.
Wait.
Not only was this a
Wait, was Briana Woo there with him, or is that coming up later? Oh, there she is. It looks like, yeah, that is fuck. I didn't even know about this.
Democrats are getting censured. The Democrats came out in the chamber today and sang, "We shall overcome." What is wrong with y'all? That's the solution? Anyway, you know what? Enough of me. Let me bring in somebody who has opinions. Matters. Briana Woo joins us. Would you identify as a Democratic strategist?
Yeah, I think that's fair to say.
Is that fair?
I think we're kind of in a real hell of a mess right now, Mark. And I'm really surprised, to be honest with you, that you have that reaction to the Al Green thing. I mean,
So yeah, he's talking about Al Green. Al Green was the man at the Trump non-State of the Union speech that held up his cane and tried to talk about Medicare and was removed from the chambers by the bailiffs or whatever,
I think
the cops.
about what's broken with the Democratic Party. Like, let me just preface this thought here. So when I think about what's broken with the Democratic Party, Nancy Pelosi yesterday in the lead up to the State of the Union, she puts out something and it's like, and this person is going to be on the floor to tell this story, or whatever nonsense. Like, you've seen this bullshit a million times. And I think there's like such a disconnect between what the American people know is real and the willingness of Democrats to say it. So I just see these theatrics and it's just like, what's going on, y'all? Is this adult hour? Like, are we interested in actually getting a message together that can win in the midterms? Or are we just going to do this childish, like I'm holier than thou theatrics that got us into this mess in the first place?
Wait, so have you seen the Theo Von Hasan interview? No, but that was one of the bonus topics that we voted on. What did that got? 18%.
So
the
I'm
theatrics
really
for you,
surprised, yeah.
just so clear, the theatrics for you is the singing.
It's all of it. It's the entire Democratic playbook. It's Nancy Pelosi. It's throwing a very staged temper tantrum on the floor. It's white people singing "We Will Overcome," which is just ultra cringe. All of it. It's like, say something fucking real, y'all. It's embarrassing at this point.
Yeah, I think we're on the same page. Yeah, I'm frustrated at the 10 Democrats that sold them out. Like, stand for something. I'm frustrated at the singing on the floor, the performative theatrics. I mean, it's only slightly less cringy than them taking a knee or wearing kente cloth 5 years ago. I mean, I hate all of it. I hate all of it. I'm not a Democrat, and I hate it. I hate it because it's a reminder that the Democratic Party is unserious and that they don't have an actual policy agenda that can actually help the American people.
We are fundamentally people pleasers. The party is our fundamental nature is that of someone that will say whatever they think you want to hear in a given moment. And it causes us to just do the most cringy.
She's right about that. Hasan's talked about this. Emma, I think, talked about this today. The Democrats, they're not looking. They're essentially looking for opinions that are already popular that they can adopt, rather than any sort of moral leadership.
Things. I don't like Donald Trump. I worked 70-hour weeks to try to defeat him. I'm not a fan, but the reason the American people like him is because he says what he thinks, as do the Republicans. It's racist, horrible stuff.
The problem is, though, that Briana Woo seems to be want to take the Democrats further away from saying something real. like further towards being Republican light. You know, further into adopting only issues that have like 70% approval.
But they will say what they think. And until we can start saying something real, we are going to continue to have our asses kicked in these elections.
Tropical Ding Dong, funny name, said, I don't know, Mark, doesn't sound like it to me. Sounds like Briana speaking out both sides of her mouth because she specifically is calling Al Green performative too. I'm not worried about this both sides of your mouth part, but you actually disagree with Al Green standing up and protesting Donald Trump as well. That's where I don't actually have an issue with Al.
Okay, there we go. There's where you disagree. Okay.
I don't.
Sigh of relief, chat. Sigh of relief there. I was like, wait, they are going to disagree, right?
If he wants to do it, that's fine. If the Democrats want to do something and censure him, what I'm saying is this is not a credible plan to stop Donald Trump. What is a credible plan to stop Donald Trump is for Democrats to get our shit together and to do something to win the midterms, which we have no credible plan to do right now. Like, it's nothing. I know you're not in these meetings, Mark. It's just a free-for-all. It's
the Democrats need to tie the chaos, the firings, the illegality, and the lack of concern for the American people that people are picking up on right now. People are bothered by the reason that Donald Trump is underwater this early in his campaign. The reason that Elon Musk is like one of the most unpopular political figures right now. They need to tie that to the attempt to get tax cuts for millionaires and billionaires. Now, Chad, I don't know. Is Briana Woo a millionaire? I mean, she's definitely not hurting for cash. But that's what they need to do. They need to say, you are being harmed. Your country is being torn apart. Your healthcare is being stripped away from you. Your social security is being put in danger, etc., 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 for Elon Musk to give tax cuts to his rich friends. That's all that needs to be done. This is not a I don't feel like the situation is as dire for the Democrats. I feel like the Democrats are their own biggest enemy. And it's mostly from underreacting, not from overreacting or, like
grievance and people sitting around. Like, we've got to get a plan together. We have to have an identity as a party. Yeah, I think something you would agree with me on is this, like, quadrupling down on every single identity out there. I will say this as a trans woman, like this trans sports nonsense, the fact that we're talking about this.
What's the trans sports nonsense?
I think it is insane that we are saying trans women should be in sports. It is absolutely insane to me.
Do you think she'll talk about Emma's tweet?
Do I think it's that big a deal? No. Does it help me as a trans woman if we are like leaning into the most unpopular issue imaginable? Like, no, we've got to focus on bread and butter stuff. So I think.
All right, here's the thing. And we didn't vote for the Francesca thing, so I don't get to tell you this, right? Let me give you what I think is a pretty good take on the issue, the political issue of trans participation in sports according to the gender of the person in question. This is not a political issue. Political issues are things like taxes. Political issues are social safety net programs. Political issues are regulation, money out of politics, stuff like this. These are political issues. Whether or not it's fair for a trans person to participate in a sport according to their gender, or conversely, whether it's fair for a trans person to be shut out of sports and forced to participate in sports according to their sex assigned at birth is an issue to be taken up by experts. The questions that we're asking here are questions of anatomy, physiology, endocrinology. Chat, how many endocrinologists do we have out there? How many endocrinologists do you think we have in Congress? How many sports scientists do you think that we have deciding these matters for us right now? Zero. I am comfortable in sidestepping the issue slightly to throw it back to the experts. And let me tell you why I'm comfortable with that. When experts are allowed to make these decisions in absence of political pressure, they have shown themselves to make the right decisions. Why were trans people allowed to participate in sports in the first place, right? International Olympic Committee in the early 2000s looked into this question with experts, with people who know about, the science and the data and all this stuff. And their conclusion was, not only is it fair for trans women, for instance, to participate in women's divisions of these sports, it is unfair to disallow that. That was the determination that was made. This needs to go back from being a political issue to being a sports science issue, to being an issue for sporting bodies, right? Now, it's going to be really hard to get politics out of this because, even if you, there's a lot of political pressure right now on these sporting bodies, right? To make a decision that might not match the science. But this issue is a Trojan horse to pull out the transphobia in most Americans. And that's what it's being used for. This has unlocked the door to all kinds of oppression that would have not been considered otherwise. And how it does it is by saying, oh, you think that trans women are women, right? Yeah, I do. Trans women are women, trans men are men. Oh, really? So a woman should be able to participate in women's sports, yeah? But are you okay with trans women participating in those sports? And most Americans will say, not really. And why is that? And they answer the question because they don't really believe that trans women are women. They were saying that because they thought that's what was expected from them and so once you kind of unlock that dark part of the American consciousness, then the fucking floodgates are open for denying trans people passports, for questioning what locker room, right? That's sports. There we go. What locker room should so if we take the premise that a lot of people have accepted that it's not fair for trans people to participate in sports, then you could ask them, okay, well, so what about the locker room? Oh, well, no, they should be in the other locker room too, right? And just like it's a fucking avalanche of bullshit for trans people that trans people don't need to deal with. Now, I don't know if you could put that genie back in the bottle, but I do know that this is not a political question. Chat, I don't want, let's take heart surgery, all right? I don't want the American public voting on what the proper standard of care is for heart disease, for heart surgery. When do we do a bypass? When do we do a double bypass, right? I don't want the American people voting on that because they're not fucking doctors. They don't know. They can't give a good answer to that question. And it's just like I don't want, the American voter deciding who gets to participate in sports at all. This needs to stop being a political issue. And that's the truth of the matter. And that's what I think a lot of even well-intentioned people are missing. Because giving up on, this question Cenk Uygur kind of pioneered doing, right? Was one of the first progressives to kind of just throw trans people under the bus on this. That's not the right answer. But I also think that, there's well-meaning people and allies that get baited on this question and get put into horrible situations, like the way that Piers Morgan treated Francesca. Absolutely disingenuously debate broed Francesca. And the simple answer to that is, Piers, are you an endocrinologist? No? Do you understand sports science? Do you understand human development? Do you understand any number of scientific and medical fields that you would need to be able to give a good answer for this question? All right, then why are we talking about this instead of an actual political question, like how the American people are getting screwed by the Trump government? How we're getting our medical care pulled away, right? Let's talk about something political. Let's not ask lay people to answer scientific questions. That is fucking ridiculous.
I think this Democratic Party tendency to highlight the most inconsequential identity issues instead of the real policies that help people, like trans women access to HRT coverage or guaranteed housing.
But yeah, the problem that Francesca's and other people are running into on these panels, right? First of all, like, I don't know if debating this stuff is helpful. I don't actually know if debating this stuff is helpful. Like once it becomes a debate, that's pretty fucked up. But if you want, if you go on Piers Morgan, right, you're not going on to debate one topic. You're going on to debate whatever topics he pulls up, right? So you get stuck in that situation, and you've really just got to, put him on his back heels. You need something simple, right? The whole problem that the right answer to this question is something that Francesca or Emma or anybody involved in these debates would have to go up to a chalkboard, would have to go up to a dry erase board and be like, look, this is testosterone, all right? Observe the steroid rings. This is estrogen, all right? Observe the differences between these two little molecules. Yeah, they're very similar, aren't they? Well, look at this. There's a reaction where estrogen turns into testosterone. They are very similar molecules, and they exist in all of us, right? All right, so both of these molecules have the effect of being anabolic. That means they preserve and they encourage the growth of skeletal muscle and bone, right? Testosterone more so than estrogen, right? You'd have to go through this whole thing. You'd have to go through a college course, right? Obviously, you can't do that on Piers Morgan. And obviously, if you try to explain anything that's slightly complicated, he's going to shut you down and he's going to make you look ridiculous. And there's no need for that. It's really simple. Gatekeep his ass out of this conversation. And if you have to, throw yourself under the bus and say, look, I don't know endocrinology. I don't know human physiology. I'm no expert on any of these things. Are you, Piers? Are you? Good, then maybe we could get back to talking about the fucking nightmare that's being inflicted on the American people by the Trump administration. The illegality of the Doge Commission. Any number of things that are subjects that we might have enough expertise on, enough knowledge about to meaningfully have this conversation instead of going for cheap dunks like you're doing, Piers. Anyway.
That's what we need. And we're just fundamentally not a serious party.
That's interesting because from my perspective,
please,
the Republicans made this the issue. The trans people are taking over your swim teams and your basketball teams. 100%. They're taking over your bathrooms, right? They created this kind of trans hysteria that created all the transphobia, or at least vocalized transphobia and the trans hysteria, the trans antagonisms, etc. And then to your point, Democrats responded by making that an issue that trumped economics, that trumped jobs, that trumped schools, that trumped all the other things.
Yes.
But it seemed to me that it was less Democrats making this an issue and more Democrats doing a bad job of responding to the Republican tactic. Would that be accurate?
100% across the board. And look, Mark, you know this. Like, you just showed that heartbreaking TikTok at the.
I'm sorry, is she serious about this? Because, like, I swear to God, I've seen her argue that Democrats or leftists or somebody is trying to make this an issue. And the truth of the matter is that most sporting bodies decided this issue the correct way in the first place. Most of the time, if you get a group of sports scientists into a room together and you ask them to look at the preponderance of the evidence, they're going to say, well, we need to do more research, but yeah, it looks like it's, it is fair given, certain limitations, which they'll usually have, like a certain amount of time on HRT, certain blood levels of, testosterone and such. Like it makes sense to, to allow this. And indeed, the empirical results do not show trans people disproportionately dominating sports. If anything, there's less trans representation on the in the medaling in the ranks in the winners of sporting competitions than there is trans representation in the population at large. There's a number of reasons for this, but yeah, if anything, trans people are honestly at a disadvantage.
The video at the beginning of this, that 3-year-old girl on the ground, that breaks my heart. I got my start in journalism, like covering, police successes in Mississippi, which is very racialized.
You got your start canvassing for a segregationist, Briana. Let's be real.
I think you understand sometimes a community has an issue forced on you and it's not your fault. The Republicans make it a wedge issue and it's bullshit, but you've still got to respond to it in an effective way instead of doubling down on stupid. And I think that's where the trans community is right now.
Someone here said she's a transphobe herself. You're saying that based on your statement about trans women playing sports. Before we move on, I want to give you a chance to sort of explain that point with clarity. Why should trans women not play competitive sports in the women's category? For example, a high school girls basketball team, you're saying a trans woman shouldn't be on the high school girl or college women's basketball team.
I want to be really clear on this. I understand firsthand how much taking anti-androgens affects your athletic ability. I'm a fairly serious runner, and my times plummeted when I got on anti-androgens. So do I personally think we have that big an advantage? No, I don't. But I also think this all or nothing mentality that we've taken to trans rights is objectively making the public not side with this.
Does somebody want to give me some background on Mark Lamont Hill and Briana Woo? I noticed that he had her on before 6 months ago. The fact that he's had her on before and he's bringing her back on again, it does not give me a lot of hope for somebody that doesn't have, like the only people I would want to talk to Briana Woo about trans issues are people with a very deep understanding of these issues in the first place. In other words, you can't really engage with her unless you can call her on her bullshit. And I feel like that there's a lot of cis people that might not be in that position to do so. I'm starting to get I'm a little bit nervous about this interaction here.
Get every single poll out there. Support for us is dwindling, and we've got to get back to what matters. What do trans women actually need? We need access to health care. We need surgery. We need guaranteed, the ability for people not to discriminate on against us at work.
I mean, Jessica Bill, that's not exactly what she said. She said she doesn't think that there's that much difference between trans women's so I guess what she'd say, what she's saying is that maybe she thinks that she doesn't think that there's that much difference between performance between trans women and cis women. But I think most, so in other words, right, she kind of left the door open for there to be an advantage, but she's saying, based on her own experience, it's not that much of an advantage. But that essentially that trans athletes, which she's not, should get thrown under the bus. For the greater good of trans people, we should give up on this issue. And what she doesn't get is that giving up on this issue only encourages the transphobes, only encourages our position, our oppression. This is a first step down a very ugly line that has a lot less consequences for rich ladies like Briana Woo than for most trans people.
We need housing non-discrimination, very similar to what Black people need, actually. So we need to focus on the issues that really affect our community and understand this is not utopia. Like, we've got to strategize the same way you have, the same way Jewish people have, and the same way that the women's civil rights.
So that's been the Democratic response for the last 10 years, which is Republicans are making mountains out of molehills. This isn't even a big issue. It's an infinitesimal number of people trying to do this. Stop making this a thing.
Is that working?
No, I'm with you, but I'm hearing you say something different. You're actually saying, in addition to that it's actually unfair to do that. It's actually, you're agreeing with the Republican side to the extent that you actually think it's unfair for women to compete in these sports.
I think that trans women post-puberty, we probably have some advantage. I think those advantages are overstated. Like, this is a nuanced position. This is my life, and I have nuanced positions on it. Like, so if you've got someone like me, I'm a fairly serious runner, right? Do I have some advantage over cis women because I have extremely long legs? Yes, for distance running. Am I also at a disadvantage because, like, those teenage years I spent like considering suicide and I didn't like get athletic training? Yes, that's
the big reason that you're at a disadvantage, Briana, is, let's say that, you know, I don't know how early she transitioned, but I think it was fairly early. But let's say that you're in high school and you have very accepting parents, and you know you're transitioning, or you know you've been on puberty blockers and stuff like that, right? And you go in to try out for a sport. The other parents give you a dirty look. The coach gives you a dirty look, tries to discourage you from being part of the team, even though you qualify. You sabotage yourself in competition because you know that the worst thing that can possibly happen is you winning. You never feel accepted by your team, by your coach. You know, that's what happens, right? It's very much harder to be an athlete as a trans person than it is as a cis person, for those reasons. And that's why there's just not that many trans athletes out there. Like, there's an extra barrier to the kind of extreme training that needs to be done in order to compete in sports. Show the chat the art Briana Woo made of MLK and the Terminator. I'll find that, Ophelia.
It's another disadvantage. So, like, do we, at the end of the day, have some advantages in some of these sports? Probably. I don't think it's that big a deal, but considering the polling that I'm looking at, this just doesn't seem like a fight we should have. Does that make sense to you?
It makes total sense.
I mean, what if the bathroom polling starts to go south too? Are you going to be like, well, no, I'm going to go ahead and use the men's bathroom. That's, you know, what the public wants me to do. In fact, we should have bathroom passports with a picture of our genitalia and our fucking sex chromosomes, right? Like, I mean, this is a losing, you know, this is a bad route to go down. This is a really, really bad route to go down. And I'm not sure Briana Woo understands exactly why.
I just wanted to tease out the two issues, both the tactical piece and then the philosophical, ideological piece about whether or not it's fair or not. Because oftentimes I find people are talking past each other. And as a trans person, I wanted your take, because oftentimes it's non-trans people.
I just really worry about a situation in which any cis person is getting their information about trans people from Briana Woo. This is like getting your information about black people from Candace Owens, right? This is, you know, this is like, you know, if you already have a ton of trans friends and, you know, have learned a lot from them, and then, you know, maybe you can push back on her bullshit, but like, I don't know. It's making me nervous. Here, let me show you, chat. Briana Woo's art. Before she was a video game dev, she was an artist. And yes, chat, that is a cyborg Martin Luther King. Right? Being blown up as anime girls fight KKK anime girls. This is Briana Woo's art. This is what inspired her video games, right? In fact, her video game characters look a lot like this.
Trying to decide the futures, the fates, the lives of trans people. And so, and to me, that shouldn't be the only conversation we're having. We should be having a conversation together, but trans people have to be at the center of that conversation.
I mean, let's look at Black civil rights. I mean, Mark, you know, this is, you are in a category I am not. There's no people.
Look, trans people do need to be at the center of this discussion, but putting her at the center of this discussion is a huge mistake. And it's not a mistake that I'm coming after Mark for on like I think it's probably an easy mistake to make. I'm not sure if that's what's going on. I have gotten some inkling of pushback from him. I don't know where this is going. It is making me nervous, right? The fact that he's had her on multiple times makes me nervous. The idea of Briana Woo being her position. She, like, what cis people need to understand is that Briana Woo is an outlier, and she is a self-hating trans person. She's as far, if you did a spectrum from you know, radical trans people to like self-hating trans people, right? She'd be on the far end of the self-hating you know, side of the spectrum, right? And I'm not sure how apparent that is to a lot of cis people.
In the United States, they've had to be as pragmatic about your civil rights as you have. I mean, just being really straight up with you, there are a trillion things we could sit here on the show that are not fair to Black people. But you don't see, like, you do see a prioritization of what the community needs.
I think that if she were to explain what she means by that Black people have to be pragmatic, right? I think that if she were to explain what she's implying there, I think this would be something that Mark Lamont Hill would find highly objectionable. Yeah, like Blair White.
And what you advocate, it's not all or nothing. And I think, like, if you look at the gains that have been made over my lifetime, even though they're rolling back now, that seems like that's been an effective strategy. Or maybe you think I'm wrong.
No, I think you always have to be tactical. I think the key is always, you know, what you're willing to concede, right? Like, I would not want tactically to concede something that fundamentally denies my humanity or reinforces the.
There we go. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
See, the thing is, she would. She's absolutely all for that. That's her politics. Is to be fucking meek and mild and cater to your oppressor, right? This is all shit that I'm sure that Mark would find objectionable if she were to. I feel like she's just being very strategic here, almost. God damn.
And sometimes you got to say, we win today, we fight tomorrow, we win tomorrow, we fight the next. And I get that. And so as long as there's been a Black struggle, there's been tactical disagreements about how to do that. And so I think where it gets even more complicated for me, as we talk about these trans issues, is that they're operating at the intersection of all these other things like poverty, like race, and all these other things. So like Black trans women are particularly vulnerable to death, to being murdered. Although all trans women are vulnerable, right? Homelessness, all trans kids are vulnerable. Suicide, all trans kids are vulnerable. So
I feel like I've really heard Briana Woo be pretty dismissive about issues like trans misogynoir.
think about these different populations, what educational access looks like, what housing access looks like, criminal legal.
Look, I don't want to, like, you know, it's not my fucking, you know, goal here or desire to scold, you know, Mark about having Briana on, like, right? I don't, you know, his position is very is highly understandable to me. It's just kind of like I'm just worried, like I'm seeing a very near like train wreck in like slow motion here, and I don't know which way this is gonna go.
System.
Because she's being kind of coy. She's sort of playing her cards close to her hands about what she means by being pragmatic.
And so it's a very complicated, messy thing, and I don't pretend to know the answer.
Well, I want to bring this back to the main topic, Mark,
Yeah.
because what makes sense to me, and I understand you distance yourself from being a Democrat. I'm proud to be a Democrat.
I don't distance myself. I'm just not one. It's not. I've never been.
100%. You do. You.
Yeah.
But it makes sense to me. Like, I think as the Democratic Party is searching for an identity from here, something can actually win. I want us to become brawlers for the middle class and for poor people. And don't get me wrong, I want the Democratic Party, when it comes up, to vote for my health care. But we've got to stop chasing every single cultural issue down the street and understand the purpose of the Democratic Party is not to make people feel good, it's to win elections. And if we need to go out there and really focus on economics in a way that the Republicans won't, that is a strategy that makes sense to me. And I think once you take away these identity politics, I don't know what the Democratic Party is.
What do you say to the person who will say to you, Briana Woo, but identity politics is precisely what Republicans are trading in?
100%.
In ways, though, that literally will ruin your life. I mean, when Donald Trump says that he's making 2 gender categories.
It's horrible. It's
right.
Really damaged me. Yes.
Right. So, I mean,
I've heard so much toxicity come out of Briana Woo's mouth hole about non-binary people. I am surprised that she, you know.
If Democrats aren't fighting for that issue and they're only fighting for the economics, or if the Green Party or the Communist Party or whoever on the left is saying,
like, if you don't know Briana Woo, her general take is that trans people should integrate themselves into cis heteronormativity, and that things like non-binary identity or, you know, gender self-ID or like any sort of gender non-conformity are impediments to that, right? In other words, people living their true selves are a problem for Briana Woo, and she's like, be like me, right? Blend in.
Look, we got to fight for the cultural politics as well, and the identity politics as well, not because we prioritize that over economics, but because they're killing you.
Right.
What do you say?
You're right to fight for that, but that doesn't have to be the core thing that we talk to the American people about. I want to be really clear, Mark, because so much of my job is looking at polling. The American people genuinely, go look at the polling right now, think that the Democratic Party cares more about LGBT issues than economics. And that's just a fundamental marketing failure. So I'm saying when these bills come up, let's vote the right way on it, but it should not be what we are talking to death about every single time. I don't want to see the next Democratic convention have the equivalent of some cringy fight song. I want us to genuinely communicate to the American people, we're pissed about how screwed you're being in this economy with the inflation. We're really serious about changing this. We're as angry about this as we could possibly be. So it's just like there's a disconnect between the elites that go to Harvard and like run these campaigns and the people we're asking to vote for us. I know you see this disconnect.
I mean, the disconnects are all over the place. There's no doubt about that, and that's why. And I know we didn't come to talk about that, but we got there. And as you told me before we started, let's see where this conversation.
So, like, look, there is a grain of truth here in that the Democratic Party was accustomed to using, what she would call identity politics issues as like a fig leaf for their conservatism on economic issues, their intransigence on things that are actually hurting their party's ability to compete, like money in politics, on anything that's inconvenient for Democratic donors, right? They will literally talk about anything else, right? But they want to make sure it's a popular issue. I don't think that the Democratic Party has done that with trans people as much as they have, sort of virtue signaled towards other issues, but they're all issues that the commonality, right, is that what they're proposing does not piss off their donors, does not piss off the people with money, right? It's a way for Democrats to ignore, the Clinton campaign is a perfect example. Hillary's ascendancy was taken as a stand-in for feminism, right? How do you give women equal rights? By electing Hillary for president. I'm with her. And at the end of the day, what was Hillary going to do for women? Not much. Not much. She implied that Bernie's supporters were misogynistic, were racist, were, had all kinds of other reasons to not vote for Hillary. Sorry, chat. I'm like losing my headphones here. But in the end of the day, Hillary's main feat was to try to win the election while staking out the most Republican light, positions on actual issues that she could, and to try to use the idea that she was going to be the glass ceiling breaker as the stand-in for actually doing anything for any of the, identity groups that she claimed to be the best choice for, or for the American people at large, especially for the workers.
Conversation goes, and I'm glad. I love that, I appreciate your willingness to have those conversations in all these different directions. I want to bring you, though, into the conversation that I think...
What really bugs me is that so many people are fighting the wrong battle, and they're fighting the 2016 battle against Hillary Clinton. And Hillary Clinton, let's be real, is not and will never be a force in American politics. Again, I wish she would just disappear from sight, because she, every time she pops up, it's cringe. But there's been like a reaction against any sort of, standing with marginalized people on any single issue, because that is ID poll, and that is Hillary Clinton, and you're being a rad lib, right? And it's like, it's allowed sort of a class reductionist strain of thought to slip in, which doesn't help anyone, because the way that the left works is solidarity, is I've got your back and you've got my back. And when you start to say this group is inconvenient, having trans people's backs is costing us too much in election, not only do you not look like you're serious, not only are you not being authentic, not only can people see that inauthenticity in you, and not only does that harm you in the campaigns, but you're also sending a signal to a part of your coalition, and not even just a part of your coalition, right? In the same way that the U.S. turning its back on Ukraine shows Poland and the Baltic states that the United States will not have their back when the shit hits the fan. this is what the Democratic Party is showing to every single marginalized group that is part of its coalition. And so the answer is not to find the weakest link in the chain and throw them under the bus in their time of need. The answer is to stand up for each other even when it's not convenient. And that standing for something will bring about better results than the Democratic Party standing for nothing. What has that got you so far, Democrats? What has standing for absolutely nothing gotten you? It's made you loser liberals, which you have been since the 1980s. Since before the 1980s.
Wanted to have. And for clarity's sake, y'all.
Phoenix Dragon says that standing up is called integrity. What's up, Phoenix Dragon?
Briana came on July or August, whatever the Democratic convention was. It must have been August. And we had a very spirited debate and conversation about a million things that went a really long time.
It was just like, it was all right. We went through 1948, then we went to the Second Intifada.
It was a lot. and you're welcome to come back and we can have a really long conversation about any other topic. But today you had made an observation about the pro-Palestinian movement and transphobia.
Yeah.
That I found curious. So I wanted to give you a chance, first of all, to state your position so that.
Well, I think it was more of a question because when I talked to you, Mark, in June or July or whenever it was, Mark, you said something to me I thought was really interesting because I was saying, like, if you look at the history of the civil rights movement, Jewish people have been there. I grew up in Mississippi, and the Mississippi burning murder, that was one black person and two Jewish people that were down in Mississippi registering, black people to vote, trying to take care of that. There's a rich history of that in my state. And you said to me something you thought I thought was fairly striking, saying that you didn't consider like support to be transactional in that way. Right. And I was really thinking through that afterwards because
I'm sorry, is the pro-Palestinian movement transphobic? Can somebody tell me where the fuck she's getting this? You know what's transphobic? Is that Israeli commercial that strawmanning, pro-Palestinian protesters, right? That shit was transphobic. That was some transphobic Hasbara. Is Woo pro G-side? Unfortunately, yes, Emily. Unfortunately, very much so.
YouTube comments from our debate, which I understand that's not you. I don't judge you for that. But overall, like the comments I get from the Free Palestine people are overwhelmingly transphobic. Like the most transphobic comments I get are not from.
I'm sorry, but like if you're gonna include, I'm trying to think, Jackson Hinkle, who the pro-Palestinian movement does not claim, who pro-Palestinian protesters, college kids, right, who you hate, Briana Woo, kicked out of their event. If you're gonna be talking about Infrared Haas, if you're gonna be talking about people like this. Sneeko, right? Then yeah, they're fucking transphobes. No shit. Sneeko is a transphobe. Oh my god, Briana, you're such a genius. Thank you for figuring that out. But no, she wants to put that Sneeko and Fresh and Fit, and I'm trying to think of other people that are like pro-Palestinian, anti-trans. Yeah, there's a strain of chud that is pro-Palestinian, probably more out of anti-Semitism than anything else. They're not really standing up for the Palestinian people, right? And yeah, they're socially conservative. They are reactionary. They are Nazis, right? There are Nazis that say that they stand with Palestinians because they they associate Israel with the Jewish people. Much like on the far right in Israel, they try to conflate those two things, right? That's where Nazis and like That's why we're Nazis and far right Israelis, like, fist bump, right? On that issue. But yeah, if you're talking about like Andrew Tate, Jackson Hinkle, Sneeko, Candace Owens, that now we're going to conflate the pro-Palestinian movement with them. This is just the view from nowhere. I wonder what Mark is going to make of this.
Republicans, they are from Islamists that believe in this issue.
Yeah, Jake Shields, yeah.
To just really ask you a direct question. It's like, why should I, as someone...
Congratulations on your midterms, Phoenix Dragon.
...that's really affected by these attitudes, why should I seek to put a group into power that literally has made people like me illegal there, and just as a movement consistently treats me with a complete lack of humanity? Like, what answer would you have for them?
Is she talking about what? Like, does she think she's talking about Palestinians? Does she think she's talking about Hamas? Does she think she's talking about like the student protest movement? Putting into power? What is she talking about?
So you said a few things that
please, let's go through it.
First, yeah,
So Christopher Dunn says people say because Palestinians are conservative, more anti-trans than average, then supporting them and trans rights is inconsistent. It's a stupid argument. Yeah, I think Hasan does a really good job on this argument. It ties into the universality of hogs, and sort of what makes people hogs. Like in what situations social progress can occur. But regardless, chat, human rights are human rights, and somebody not respecting my human rights is not going to make me respect theirs any less. And if you want to change those things, you got to do it with solidarity. And that doesn't mean you have to agree with the most socially conservative person in Gaza, but it does mean that they deserve not to be killed because of being from Gaza, because of being a Palestinian. They deserve not to be dispossessed from their homes. And it doesn't matter how many bad opinions they might have. They still deserve human rights at the end of the day. We all do. We all do.
I don't want to conflate Islamists.
And it is, ironically enough, for what Christopher's saying is that, they'll say that that's inconsistent, right? I would say that's exceptionally consistent. I would say that failing to support somebody's human rights because your perception that some people in that group might not support yours, that's the inconsistent part.
With the pro-Palestine movement.
That's the hypocritical part.
Really? Why?
Because most of the pro-Palestine movement are not Islamists. And
Gaza itself is an Islamist. Like,
there she goes.
It operates under
Briana Woo, do you not understand that this is the path to the camps for all of us? For anyone out of favor with the most reactionary people out there, right? When we say, well, they don't support me, so I'm not going to support them. They don't deserve human rights because they don't respect me, right? When we say that shit, we sign our own execution warrant. And I'm not willing to sign that. I'm not willing to co-sign on that. On yours or mine, Briana. Because at the end of the day, even though I find you horrendous 6 Ways to Sunday, I still think you deserve human rights. And nothing that you say is going to change the way that I feel about that. And I just wish that you could understand that kind of moral consistency. Because that's the kind of that's our only salvation, is solidarity. That's what solidarity means. That's what it's about.
Well, yes.
We're talking about a movement, right? I'm assuming the people that...
I'm sorry, I feel so bad for Mark Lamont Hill having to deal with this shit.
are getting
He brought on pain on this night.
comments from are not in Gaza, right? We're talking about the pro-Palestine movement. You're talking about people, for example, who are commenting from our exchange. Those people aren't in Gaza. The pro-Palestinian movement is a global movement. And most of the people who are pro-Palestinian aren't even Muslim, much less Islamists. Second, you can be Muslim and not be Islamist.
Yes, yes.
And so, much of even historic Palestine, and I don't mean historically, I mean like much of the region right now, most Palestinians are Muslim, but most don't live in Gaza. And most of those people would not identify as Islamists based on all the polls, based on all the data.
Really? You don't think
She doesn't understand that when you have this level of oppression, you empower necessarily militant groups, right? And these militant groups tend to come from socially conservative parts of that society. That ironically enough, the kind of attitude that she's talking about, which I'm sure does exist in Gaza, is like it's like the second side of the coin with Netanyahu and with the actions of Israel over the years, right? That's what has empowered when you are in a situation where oppression is impacting your life negatively to that degree, you will necessarily, the most militant faction and yeah, maybe even with some nationalistic characteristics to it, right? That's what gets empowered, right? Resistance arises organically in these kind of situations, and the worse the oppression is, the worse the injustice is, the more likely that resistance is to be militant and is to maybe even define itself a little bit in opposition to the to the forces that they're fighting. And when Israel tries to brand itself as a bastion of progressive values in the Middle East, it's not, right? There's nothing progressive about settler colonialism. And there's some real questions about the other so-called progressive aspects of Israeli society itself. But when that's the definition, that's that's the ad campaign, that's the Hasbara, then yeah, you shouldn't be surprised when what rises up in opposition is a little bit of a mirror image to that. Anyway, I feel like Hasan speaks to this a lot better than I do. So take a look at what he said about the universality of hogs. I think it's a pretty important concept to get.
I think Free Palestine at its core is
an Islamist movement.
I absolutely think that.
What does Islamist mean to you?
This project to conflate Islam with the state and to usher that into a form of government.
So historically, that hasn't been the case, like political Islam. But I don't exactly agree with that definition of Islam.
You don't think so, really?
No.
He knows fucking history. He's looking at the broad view. He's taking into consideration like things like the FLN, right? He's taking into consideration more of history than what you're thinking of right now, which is, I don't know, some Iraq war fucking propaganda from 20 years ago, Briana.
Oh, but again, there are a couple of things happening simultaneously here. And I just want to tease each of them out. The idea, first of all, that the pro-Palestine movement is concentrated in Gaza, to me, is that's just empirically incorrect, right?
I don't think I said.
I mean, Akil, this might be different in different countries, but in my country, if anything, the LGBTQ people are attaching themselves to the pro-Palestinian movement and being called hypocrites for that and being called morally inconsistent. The idea being that, if you're LGBTQ, you're supporting a group of people who wouldn't necessarily support your rights. But like I said, I think solidarity's more important. And when yeah, that's Briana Woo. This is Yeah, it may be. It's probably different in Germany. It's probably different in different places.
That.
No, but what I'm saying is your evidence that the pro-Palestine movement is Islamist is the demographics and political arrangements of Gaza. But I'm saying it's a global movement.
Well, let's go through this. Who is supporting Palestine?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is the actual moral consistency is to have solidarity for human rights, whether or not somebody, you feel like somebody supports your, the rights of your group, right? If you want to change the fact that maybe somebody, doesn't hold you in that kind of regard, the only way to do that is to stand up and be uncompromising when their human rights are being violated, when their life is being treated like garbage, when their homes are being taken away from them.
It's a bunch of Islamist states over there, correct? Like, it's Iran. It's like they're getting
you
weapons.
consider Lebanon Islamist?
I don't know if I would say that, but I would say many.
You consider Egypt Islamist?
I think that
You consider Morocco Islamist?
I think there's fundamentally a Islamist project over there that is fueling this. Yes.
Over where? I'm in the Middle East.
Over there. The entirety of the Middle East.
Okay, maybe we're talking about two different things.
Oh my God, she looks at it as a monolith. She looks at it. Did you think Briana Woo knows the most populous Muslim country out there? Do you think she knows that it's Indonesia? Does she realize that, like, yeah, she's painting the Muslim world like a monolith?
Please.
When you said the pro-Palestine movement, you don't actually mean the pro-Palestine movement. You mean Middle Eastern countries that are
All of
supporting
it.
Palestine.
No, I'm talking about the whole enchilada of everything from my Twitter mentions to the people like sending.
Oh my God, they live in her walls, chat. They live in your. Some of you live in her walls.
Rockets over there to launch at Israel.
You've ever quote retweeted Briana Woo and gotten some likes on that? You live in her walls.
Civilians, every piece of it.
And you think the people in your Twitter mentions are Islamists based on what?
100%. You look at them and the things that they say, it is 100%.
Give me an example of something they say that shows that they're Islamists.
Dude, just go read it. Like,
dude,
I feel like you're really
just go read it.
No, I'm really not following. I'm not being pedantic. I'm genuinely trying to understand. Like I understand the transphobic part of it, and we're in agreement. If somebody says, but I'm saying, why are we assuming that they're Islamists?
Like, you would think that Briana Woo would recognize that you don't, like, the world is pretty transphobic, and you're going to get some transphobia from, like, every quarter. That being said, I don't think that the American, Free Palestine movement, I think it's its tendency compared to the rest of the United States is to be less transphobic, right? And if she's getting, like, transphobia from pro-Gaza voices, it's probably disingenuous, opportunist fucks like Jackson Hinkle, or somebody else said Jake Shields earlier.
Because when I look at their Twitter feeds, it is universally stuff praising Islam, all that kind of stuff.
Okay, so
and hold on, Mark. This is important. That if I showed you my DMs right now, the most degrading comments I get are talking about how Islam is.
No, I thought they were the most degrading comments you get are from President Sunday.
Going to judge me and they're going to kill me based on their law and their traditions and all of that. Like, if you read it, it would not be a mystery to you.
I'm not doubting that you get awful things in your DMs. I'm asking you to explain it because I haven't seen them.
Okay.
And this is the first time you're raising this.
Bad Pope says Mark Lamont is slowly realizing that he's talking to a fool. That's the face that he's making.
This isn't like we had this conversation before. So everything I'm asking you is genuinely to understand your position.
But I mean, if you look at the protests in downtown Boston, they're saying things like "Death to America." Like, there's a.
And you see that as an Islamist chant.
I think that this is part of a zeitgeist that is seeking to overwhelm the West and Western democracy.
Overwhelm the West. The hordes, chat. The hordes will overwhelm our Western culture, our Western civilization, the hordes of savages. Oh my God. Yeah, no, this is the voice of fucking racism right here. This is textbook shit.
And replace something, and I think gullible people are being sucked into it. Yes.
Okay, yeah. Well, let's move past it. We're not going to agree on that.
Well, hold on. No, you don't just get to ask me questions. You got
what would you like me to do?
Yes.
I'm sorry. What would you like me to do rather than move on? I'm happy to do whatever you want.
Well, I want to ask, like, what is your answer to my question here? Like, why should I support a movement that is showing?
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I think we misunderstood. When I said let's move on, I wasn't moving past your question. I was saying let's move past what is defining Islamism. I was trying to move back to your question you were asking.
Fair. Let's do it.
I was saying because we're not going to agree on what Islamism is. That's what I was saying. So
I'm sorry, chat. I didn't mean to, but I feel like the ghost of Lauren Southern like possessed me as I was saying those words, right? This is just Lauren Southern, right? This is like this is like, you know.
On.
Seems like a straightforward dictionary definition, but okay.
It's not though. As a scholar of Islam,
I was once asked by another YouTuber to voice act Lauren Southern, and I don't think I did a good job on their video. It's still up, but only after that video did I listen to enough Lauren Southern to be able to kind of grasp her. She does have a very particular way of talking, and I wasn't doing a good job at it. But I did figure out how to, unfortunately, and it's not a good thing, Chad. You don't want Lauren Southern possessing you Baron Harkonnen style. That's a bad thing, okay?
I'm telling you, it's not. There are multiple definitions of Islamism, from the belief in the politicization of Islam to the imposition of Sharia law as a state form. There are at least three. I could think of three, and if I thought more, I could probably think of more. But there are at least three different definitions of Islamism. And just to understand, from at least from a scholarly perspective, the Webster's definition of something isn't how we define things. That there are
let me ask you this, because you asked me a bunch of questions. So Australia.
No, actually, I haven't asked you anything. I'm still trying to answer your first question.
Okay, go ahead. Then I'll ask you a quick question.
I'll answer. You can ask. You don't have to. You can ask me a million questions, and they can take as long as you want. I just want to answer. I don't want people to think that I'm avoiding your question.
Go ahead.
Your question is, why should you support a movement that doesn't believe in your ... whether it's your humanity, your right to live, your inclusion. I'm just saying, I'm raising a big, I'm casting a big tent so that I'm not avoiding your question in any way. I think that the second piece of what I was resisting in terms of the premise is that I don't.
That's a good question. Does the Lauren Southern possession include an attraction to destiny? I
don't presume that most of the Free Palestine movement.
Probably not, because I didn't realize that she had an affair with destiny when I mastered the impression.
It doesn't support.
But it's kind of like the Andrew Tate thing, right? I can sometimes do a somewhat convincing Cooper Tate. Oh no, now I'm turning into Dr. Evil. See, there it goes. I lost it. It's hard to get. It's hard to keep it. It's hard to hold it, right? You gotta say sparkling water. You gotta get in the Bugatti with your sparkling. I'm not doing it right, chat. But yeah, it's one of those things.
Your humanity.
It comes and it goes.
You're right. So I'm willing to let me hear me out. I'm still going to answer your question, because I think the answer, even if what you're saying is true, my answer would be the same. But I want to stipulate that I don't accept the premise of the question.
Okay.
Right. When I go to JVP protest,
she raised her eyebrows when he said JVP. You don't know, chat. It's Jewish Voices for Peace.
I think they're challenging your humanity. When I go to Green Party organizing actions, I don't think they're challenging your humanity. When I go to Workers United protests, I don't think they're challenging your humanity. I think that much of the left is very much in agreement at this stage in history, not always, but at this stage in history, that trans rights is a legitimate struggle, just like Palestinian freedom is a legitimate struggle.
And the exceptions to that are people that Briana Woo supports, like Cenk Uygur.
Are there sectors of the movement that are transphobic? Absolutely. I have not been to any political movement or organization that does not have significant amounts of transphobia in it. Even more so than anti-Semitism, even more so than homophobia, I would argue. I think that transphobia is very, very prominent in lots of places. But my concern with the question, I'm still going to answer it, but my concern with the question, you have to understand, if I say to you, Briana, You know, explain to me why, if you hate people from Boston, why do you spend so much time there? It's reasonable. You're not just going to get to the. You're not just going to start answering why you spend time in Boston. You're going to start with making it clear that you don't actually hate people from there. So what I'm doing is I'm challenging the premise of your question. So from your facial expression,
she only hates people from Worcester.
One might interpret it as you're reading me as being avoidant or evasive, and I'm not. I'm saying you've made.
Who wins, Caitlyn, Blair, or Briana in what, mud wrestling?
You've made 3 premises in your question that I don't accept, and so I want to make it clear that I don't accept them and why. Before
let's dig down into this. What is the evidence that they don't want to kill me? I mean, you know, you see these.
Who doesn't want to kill?
What is the evidence that they don't want to unalive me?
That free Palestine, like you see them marching.
What is the evidence that they don't want
through the streets?
So this is my answer. I just gave you my answer.
You know who else marched through the streets? Hitler.
Give you a really defined thing.
Okay.
Because they're talking about, when you see this, you've seen these videos coming out of New York, death to America, bring it all down, you know, from the river to the sea, globalize the intifada, all of that. You're talking in all of this. And I want to be clear, I think they'll fail. But I think at the core, it's being driven by people that have an extremist agenda to usher Islam into law all around the world. Now, here's some evidence of this. In Australia, you know, with this entire, the 2 hospital workers who were threatening to kill those.
If you go around your whole life asking questions like, what is the evidence that X group of non-monolithic people don't want to kill me, you are going to have a very hard time.
Kill Jewish people at their hospital. I was looking into this, and are you aware, I think it was 2012, they had an incident down there where Islamists came and set up an informal secondary court system with Sharia law to informally handle disputes. And people in that community would essentially enter this parallel justice system. You know, that is a system that would not end up very well for people like me. So I think that if you're looking at this movement globally, I do think it is anti-democratic at its core. And I think democracy is the thing that has given me my rights. So do you understand how, like, in that framework, how I would be very, very hesitant to engage with that?
Yeah, in that framework, sure. Absolutely. What I'm disagreeing with is the implicit premise or claim that that framework is normative or the template for how people understand Free Palestine writ large. I'm saying that that's not the case. If it were, I would agree with you. But it's not. So again, when you look at the Free Palestine movement, again, it's a movement, you know, in support of the liberation and the self-determination of Palestinian people. You're recharacterizing it as a move to impose Islamic law. The Free Palestine movement is as old as the commitment to imposing the kind of Zionist vision of settling in historic Palestine, right? As long as there have been Zionist movements, there have been Palestinians saying, hey, wait a minute. These movements are happening at the same time. At each of these junctures in history, they were not declaring the goal of an Islamic state. When you look at the resistance movements of the 30s, for example, which is a huge moment, the Great Revolts, 1936 to 1939, what were they asking for? When you look at all of the white papers and the investigations by the British, they all came back with very clear reports about why the fighting was happening. No one has ever said in any of those reports, the Peel Commission, the Shaw Report, none of them have ever said, hey, the goal here is an Islamic state, because that wasn't the goal. And it's fundamentally wrong and ahistorical to suggest that the Free Palestine movement is somehow a secret movement.
Yeah, the further you go back into the Free Palestine movement, the more you find secular forces, even leftist forces, fighting those battles. But what's happened, Chad, is over time, more and more insults to the human dignity of the Palestinian people have been visited upon them. And any sort of dream to right of return has been deferred, put off until it looks like an impossibility. And so, yeah, after, and even, groups that are more explicitly militant, less secular, have been empowered by the Israeli state itself purposefully, because that is the enemy that they want to say that they're fighting.
To smuggle in Islamism. One of the most important movements in in Palestinian history is the formation of the PFLP. Are you familiar with the PFLP?
I don't think so. Go ahead.
Yeah. It's one of the most important resistance movements in Palestinian history, right? It was created by who? George Habash, right? You feel free to wiki it. George Habash is Christian. And then one of the
I love that he's like she's out of her depth now, because her arguments aren't based on any understanding of history, right? He's dropping knowledge on her that you see her reaction. She's trying to be smug about this, but she literally doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about.
Most important leaders is Christian. Edward Said, one of the most important Palestinian leaders and thinkers in history. Would you agree with that? You've heard of Edward Said, surely.
Mm-hmm.
Christian.
Nope. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. This is like a Destiny moment, right? Edward Said? Who is that?
Right. So this idea that the creation of Palestinian liberation movement is a sneaky agenda to impose Islam is not true. Now, you are correct in saying that that Hamas has its roots in the Muslim Brotherhood. They were at one point the Muslim Brotherhood of Palestine, right? Coming out of the Muslim Brotherhood of Egypt. And yes, they have a vision of state formation that is very much tied into Sharia law.
It's not vision. That's the reality today. They will put me to death if they find out you're transgender there. That's just the truth.
Did I say something to counter that?
No, well, please go ahead.
You almost.
I love the idea that Briana Woo is bringing up the specter of her being put to death, by Palestinians, when in actuality, she is going along with the viewpoint that is actualizing a genocide against against those same people. That she's saying, well, they would, in a hypothetical situation where they had power over me, instead of, you are part of a country that is arming Israel with bombs that it's using to kill civilians. And they're killing civilians for a purpose that they refer to euphemistically as mowing the grass, taking out any men of military age, and a lot of, women and children as well, reducing that population, terrifying that population, displacing that population. That's what's really happening. While she brings up this specter of these people that she obviously has no fucking care for, having her at their mercy.
Spoke as if I had said something counter to that. What you said it's not an ambition.
It may sound like it's what they wanted to do, and it's what
right, because historically, I was talking about. Remember, I said then comes in the Hamas, right?
Sure.
And when they came in, they had an ambition. That's what I said. So they come in with this ambition. Now, I don't accept, to be clear, that do you think there are no transgender people in Gaza?
Probably.
There are, or there are not?
There probably are, like, closets.
Why haven't they all been killed?
Haven't all of them been killed?
Haven't any of them been killed? Who are these trans? Where are all these trans?
Hold on. The public policy of Hamas is to have the Islamic law, which requires trans people to
I'm sorry.
The death penalty is absolutely
I'm-
on the table there. It just is, Mark. Let's
Show
not
me.
pretend it's not.
I'm not pretending anything. I'm asking you. This is an educational space. Just show me. Teach me. Where are you getting this from?
I looked this up today. It's 100% true. If
Prove
you
it to
want to
me.
look it up after the show, we can do that. I'm not going to go down this rabbit hole with you. Of course they would, Mark. Come on. This is
Wait a minute.
We're back at conventional wisdom. You know that somebody's bullshitting you in a debate when they ask you to use your conventional wisdom about something you legitimately don't know. Right, chat? These arguments enable eliminationist, nationalist, and fascist forces. These kind of appeals to common, conventional wisdom enable you to trick yourself into thinking you know something that is wrong, that is actually untrue, that is not just like an uninformed opinion, but it is literally, counter to the facts on the ground.
Hardcore Islam. Are you kidding me?
Just so I'm clear.
Are you really claiming that you're claiming Hamas would not kill transgender people in the name of Islam? Is this really your claim?
It seems to me that they got bigger things to worry about at the moment.
My claim is that there are trans people in Gaza and in the West Bank.
In the West Bank, we're talking about Gaza.
Again, let me finish.
Sure.
There are, because you said Hamas, right? You agree there are members of Hamas in the West Bank, right?
Yeah, but they're not the
Right.
entire
So,
government. Yeah.
So there are trans people throughout historic Palestine.
Yes.
We know they're there. I've seen them. I don't know if you've seen them. Have you been to Palestine?
I may in a few weeks. We'll see what happens.
Okay, so no. Okay. So
what is she talking about? What is she talking about? Chat, wait, I'm trying to think. Is Destiny Is she going to go with Destiny? Is she? Is TYT planning a trip? Like, what is she talking about?
So they're there. We know they're there. They're not being killed. There's no. I don't hear any human rights records or any organization saying there's this trend of people being killed for being trans.
So like, yeah, I mean, it sounds like neither of them have knowledge about, like this question one way or the other. But look at Briana Woo, convinced that unless she sees like, like what is it called? Like a proof of a negative, right? That she's gonna assume no, they're being killed. They're being,
And you're saying I should just accept that Hamas is going around killing all these trans people. I'm saying, what's the evidence of it? And all you keep saying is, come on.
She's like conventional wisdom, bro. Source, I made it the fuck up.
Would you agree the official policy is if you're trans there, you can be murdered? We agree on that, yes?
All right, let me say it.
No, just yes or no. Just give it to me.
Let me say it differently. Let me say it differently. Are you? Because maybe we're talking past each other. Are you saying?
No, she really is a hateful, racist person. You're not talking past each other.
Are you? Because initially you said trans people, Hamas kills trans people for being trans, and now what I hear you saying is there's a policy that allows for them to be killed. Would it be fair? Would it be more accurate for you to say that while there is that you're making a claim there's a policy that you have no evidence that trans people are being killed by Hamas? Would that be fair to say?
If we looked into it and did a deep dive, we would find trans people that have been killed.
Okay, have you done that deep dive yet?
Mark.
You know what? If you looked at it into it, you'd see trans people being killed in the United States of America at a pretty disturbing rate.
This is silly.
No, it's not silly. You're making an empirical claim, and
cloud the issue. Of course, this is the policy. Yeah, Mark, there was a
no, but you just moved the goalpost. Hold on, Brian. I'm not going to allow you to do that. Hold on. I'm not going to allow you to do
prove that trans people are being.
She's a weasel, chat. She's a weasel, and not the good kind.
Listen to me. Just listen to me. What you just said 2 minutes ago was even before this conversation, you'd done the research and found the evidence. And now you're saying you haven't done the research.
It was the policy. I found out it was the policy that they could kill. That's
okay.
She looked into the big book of Gaza policy, and it was like under T for trans people. It was like stone them, of course, right? That's what she's That's what she's claiming.
Thing is, if you want to have a debate about the
like, this is like saying you Christians say that you are respect the human rights of queer people, and yet your Bible implies that if a man that lieth with a man as a man lieth with a woman, they shall both be stoned to death. I don't know. You could do this in so many places.
Policy, which obviously, if there is a policy that explicitly says all trans people must be killed, which I have not seen, but if you say it exists,
I'm saying that's their interpretation of Islam.
Okay,
that's all of their interpretation. Everyone there, that's how they interpret Islam.
But hear me out. Just allow me to finish the sentence, and then I'll let you respond to it.
Okay.
I want you to at least initially understand that my contention with you was you initially stated that anybody who's trans in Gaza gets killed.
Could be killed.
No, that's not what you said. And when you rewind it,
and I'll say that anyone in the United States that's trans is more likely to be killed than if they were cis. How about that?
This is what you do, though.
How about that, sis?
You fog the issue more.
I'm not fogging the issue.
Of course you are.
Is he fogging the issue? That's
saying you made a claim.
Having a discussion about the policy here, Mark.
We were not.
Discussion if
you are having the view from nowhere. You are talking confidently about matters you know nothing of. Briana?
Okay, let's here's what we'll do. Yes. We'll move on. You move the goalpost from claiming that something.
I did not, Mark. You started obfuscating stuff, buddy. Come on.
No, you started by saying
she is so. I would not wish having to argue and deal with her on my worst enemy. She is so insufferable.
This thing is happening, and then when I asked you for proof of it, you said, "Well, it's a policy," and you were using the policy as evidence that the thing was happening. And I said, "Well, is it possible that the policy is there and it's still not actually happening?" And then you said, Mark, you started beating the straw man about a policy. And again, I haven't seen the policy. So let me ask you a question. What is the policy you're referring to?
Look, we can keep
going. Is that a fair question?
She's gonna dodge. She's gonna evade. She didn't look shit up. She didn't look up a policy. She is making an assumption based on racism and ignorance, chat. And I think I fear we're gonna have to leave it with that because it is vastly late at night, and I need to thank my Patreons. Because I appreciate my Patreons, and I don't, you make the stream work, right? You make me able to come here night after night, so greatly appreciate all my Patreons. Everyone who's a Patreon of mine gets the videos before they come out. You get them uncensored, you get them unredacted. Everybody at the $5 level and above also gets your name read out. Yeah, so if you want your name to be read out every stream at the beginning and end, become a fancy weasel for just $5 a month, right? Let me do that now. And if somebody could put the Patreon link in chat, that would probably be a good thing. I always forget to do that. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Shaxby, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Moe Noip, shouts out to Ma Goggles, shouts out to Just Julie, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Hot Ham Radio, shouts out to Good for Gabby, shouts out to Buffy Geek, shouts out to Animus, and a fancy shout out to Zara Xerix, to Rachel K, and to Omega Star. Thank you so much, Patreons. I am going to, let's see. Yeah, you want some cults? Some satanic panic? Oh my god, are they on break right now? We're going to get some music to start off with, but if you, I'm rating you into my friends at Echoplex Media. Haven't rated into them in a hot minute, so what I'm putting in chat right now is my Twitch channel. So if you want to click on this, you can go over there and be part of the raid. If not, I hope you've had a good night. I hope I have shed a little bit of light on things. And yeah, I will see you again tomorrow. Thank you, mods. Thank you, Patreons. Thank you, Thumb Gang. Hey, I appreciate those of you, especially those of you who are just remembering to hit that like button on your way out, because it does indeed help me a lot. The more you like the stream, the more the stream gets pushed out to different people that also will like the stream and that will become your friends in chat, right? So all you got to do is like the stream if you want to do that. Thank you so much, everyone. And everybody have a good night. I'll see you again tomorrow. Again, I've stayed up too late, but you know, some interesting stuff. And yeah, thank you to everybody who is contributing to chats with your suggestions. We're gonna rate it into Echoplex Media. And with that, I bid you adieu. Adieu, adieu to you and you and you. All right.